much what's happening with the Necro right now. There are two new builds, and both are utilizing basic skills to, I mean, completely go out of control, including Reap for minions and also Bone Spirit for the Bone Splinters. Now, the first thing I have to do to make these work is grab myself a Gospel of the Devotee. So we have to kill Gospel, Varshan, and Uravar. For this, we'll grab the boss. Oh, I got 75 Varshan materials. Would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? Let's do some picking up the pieces and then having some fun. Kyle, good to see you there. Q-Soul, good morning, partner. What are you cooking? It's gonna be beautiful. I mean, we're gonna have some Bone Spirit, Splinter spam, basic skills going completely mad. We're gonna be using, what is it called again? Unstable power. So we actually have to level that up to 10. We're gonna be using the Grim Reapers as well. Ooh, it's gonna be good. Playing Reap Necro myself, this will be interesting to see what you do with it, Grandrek. My main intention is to make versions of the build that don't require 20 billion case uniques. So I really need to see how good, how well, how strong can we make the build without, again, going completely out of our way of putting up, like, yeah, when people literally have every single piece of equipment and they can make all the broken stuff, but what if you don't have every single piece of equipment, right? What if you just have the beginning pieces? So that's what we're looking at, and that's how we're gonna try to make these builds like really shine and be interesting. So that's the plan currently. For that, we need the Gospel of the Devotee. So that's step number 1, because that already as a non-chaotic armor is quite something. Oh, I'm not playing hardcore anymore. That's actually really relaxing. Because I've been playing like hardcore like a lot, right? And now I can finally just play a bit more relaxed. It's certainly different. Okay, Malignant Hearts. Not sure if we want the focus as a greater affixed item, or it's already like happy if it comes as a non-greater affixed item, right? Am I not having alter? I have alter the balance on, right? Oh, it's Varshan who randomly depletes your resource. You know, his attacks are somewhat weird because they like stop you from being able to spam this. Oh, I forget I have the Crown of Lucian on. I moved the chest piece away. I'm wondering what's weird. I moved the chest piece away. I'm playing a Crown of Lucian instead the actual chest piece that I'm supposed to play. Yeah, that's kind of awkward. That explains a lot. Oh, that's useful. That's very useful because that's what we actually need. But we can't use it, right? We need to first do it without the Gospel of the Devotee as that. So we gotta like get the normal one. Is it good? Oh yes, these are the new S tier versions of the necromancer that are absolutely going to be beautiful. Now I just do notice one thing that we need to quickly fix because I'm old and spaghetti. First, we're gonna keep you. The Scream is useless. So the Shard of Varathiel. Yep, we need one of those too. Because for the basic skill builds, you surprisingly or unsurprisingly chart. I wrote S tier wrong. Great. Ta-da! Let's fix that quickly. I mean, imagine you would actually be relying on a thumbnail designer, and you notice this mistake while you're live. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna run around with Esther for the rest of the day. Let me update this quickly. Not looking so awkward anymore. And then we are ready to rumble and jumble. Which person did I give the chess piece though? Because I had a Fist of Fate chess piece for this build, right? Which character did I give this to? Let me guess for a second. Pulverize, Orphan Maker. I think. Didn't the Fan of Knives get in? I just know I yoinked it away from my character. I think for video, but I don't remember which character it was. Ah, Fists of Fate. There we go. See, that's what I've been looking for. You give that back, Mr. Rogue Man. Our good old friend here, and you hand over some of your Varshan hearts and that kind of thing. Necro, yes, Mr. Wingnut, it's going to be beautiful. I am very much looking forward to the day of the necromancer. Also, Fonzo, greetings to Brazil. Good to see you there. Sibby, howdy. Sorry if I'm missing some messages, but I feel like my chat bot had to connect and deconnect, so it's finally there, hopefully. Okay, let's get the Fist of Fate back, because that's like a big difference in power level. So that Crown of Lucian needs to go away. Actually, I have Godslayer Crown. We got Zan Quox, and that's Ahu Quox. So it needs to be Cry for the time being. Because I need just something different. Then we can farm some more Vars. Okay, we get the 2 items we wanted already. But I need a normal Gospel. Because it's going to be tricky, aspect-wise, if we have enough aspect slots. If I use the Gospel of the Devotee as a normal one. Or if it's like mandatory, right? Is it 100% needed that we get a Gospel like this? That's the number one big question. So now we can spam away this finally again, see? This did obviously not work with the Crown of Lucian, because the Crown of Lucian makes the thingies be too expensive, and then it kind of like breaks the whole equation. Now it finally works again. Doing Bone Splinter? Yes, we're going to do Bone Splinter and we're going to do Reap today, because it's all about basic skills. I like it when something like a basic skill can actually become the main, right? Especially on the Necromancer, because how likely is it on a Necro really that a basic skill becomes your main piece of damage? Be real with me. That usually does not happen. Okay, for some reason though, getting a Gospel and normal seems to be just simply not happening right now, right? Oh, wow. Wow, what the hell? And still not a single Gospel. I mean, interesting that we get, like, so many greater affix item from a normal Varsh, but it's 2 Mother's Embraces, it's 1 Rakanath Awake, and it's a Death Speaker's Pendant. It's like, okay, why don't you just shoot me in the face instead? Because that would be equivalently. Reap is cool with the Warriors? Yes, Reap is really cool with the Warriors. The problem is the gear requirements with the Reap build. Because, like, do you really need every single itty-bitty titty to even remotely make it feel good? Right? Okay, does the Gospel even drop on Varshan? Yeah, there's 1. Okay, that's the first normal Gospel of the Devotee, right? It has good rolls, so it's a 750. Let's try to kill 1 more to maybe get a better one. And then we're going. Does the attacks deal 1 to 300% works for all types of damage? Yes. You mean like if you have the Fists of Fate, right? For what kind of damage does the Fists of Fate work? For everything, pretty much. Your attacks randomly deal 1 to 360% of normal damage. That's like whatever you cast is randomized. Now, like, we did the math, I think, at some point, and it comes down to that with Fists of Fate, you do an average of 60 or 70% more damage if it's max rolled, max damaged. Just to give you a feeling for it. Okay, that's another Gospel. Let's stick with that one. Okay, we got 1 Gospel of the Devotee, ladies and gentlemen. How are you going to hit multiple mobs with the Gospel unique trigger the damage bonus? Oh, Gandrek, how are you going? You don't have to hit multiple mobs. No. So, the Gospel, your basic skills are empowered. Damaging an enemy with a basic skill causes them to take increased damage for your other basic skills. How are you going to hit multiple mobs? Reap. Here. That's how you're going to hit multiple mobs. Reap is a beautiful basic skill for that. Hope that makes sense. The point on the minion build, Christian. So we're going to start with the Bone Spirit build because I like that more. But no worry, we're going to do all three. So I'm going to save here my Soul Shred build. Okay, this is rename. We're going to save the Soul Shred. But the first one we're going to do now is the... Oh, we get that save. Good. We're going to start with the Bone Spirit build. Okay, the Bone Spirit build, the goal will be to do maximum damage with your Bone Splinters while still always critting with your Bone Spirits for the cooldown reduction. And that's actually the tricky part to reach. How do you get these two things to work together? We need maximum essence, we need the corpse production, we need blight at least in between for the bonus damage, but we're not really going to use it that much. I mean, it's just always like, you should have it in, but you're not actually going to use it, kind of. We're going to go for the Standard Death Embrace. We need the lucky... No, actually, we don't need the lucky hit chance, but we need the amplified damage. Together with the cooldown reduction. Then, very important, we need our Bone Spirit. Together with the Bone Spirit has a chance to cooldown reduce. And the bonus crit chance. Technically, the Essence is not bad, but you want to make sure to get that 100% bone critical hit chance on the Bone Spirit. We're going to do critical damage, do more damage with Bone Skills vulnerable damage, and Essence reduce cooldowns. You could take your Bone Skills, have increased critical strike chance for each 30 Essence you have up and cast, but you can't rely on that, okay? You need to be able to get this up regardless. Now we're going to put all the points here in. Could put 1 point in, but not necessary. We can make some Blood Orbs if we want to. We need the damage while healthy. We're going to do Finality, yes, as always. We're going to do Mentomori and Standalone. Then we got the damage reduction from the... we get the Bone Storm, and the Bone Storm gives you also bonus crit 20. That's amazing, right? But for this, it has to be always active. And then, like, we don't need more rings because this is not going to be the damage. So Bone Storm's damage is increased by 30% of critical strike damage bonus, right? But it's not going to be our damage. Pusin, thank you for the 14 months of support. 106 months of support, sorry. 40 months sub streak. Pusin, welcome back with the tier 2 sub. And lastly, we have Ossified Essence. Okay? Ossified Essence is interesting because we get more damage per essence point. We have more. So we need to at least have enough for 140% bonus damage. Okay? Board games, and what made it work really smooth for me was skipping the crit and going high on rapid, so I can now constantly cast Bone Spirit even if there's no enemies I hit. You're not wrong. The thing is, there should always be enemies, right? So you're not going to not have enemies. I know what you're saying with, like, just reduce your just get rapid ossification up like crazy, that when you're then using up the spirit, you're fine out, right? I see what you're saying. Not sure if we want to go in that direction. How do you pronounce your name? It's Pony like a pony and Hoff like the Hasselhoff. Shard. Let's see if I have a 3 to basic skills. I think we need a maximum resource one. That's the problem. So 3 to basic skills is nice, but you want technically a maximum resource one. Well, let's actually use this Shard of Arathiel for the build. So we're going to play Shard because you're going to use your basic skill for damage, right? Makes sense. And you obviously want to masterwork the ranks into basic skills. Luckily, we have a lot of... Well, we actually don't have that many resources, so we can't perfectly masterwork, but we're going to try to at least masterwork somewhat in the right direction. I mean, that's maximum resource. All stats. And basic skills. See, this is what we like to see. Then we're going to use the Gospel, even though we have this Gospel, but we're going to use the old one. For the gospel, you technically would like to have chance for basic skills to deal double damage. But I think in this case, we're just going to be happy with whatever. We have basic attack speed. Nah, it's actually useless. That's really useless. So the problem is, if you have the gospel as your offhand, you're going to miss out on crit and maximum resource. And that's actually a real problem. Because I think I have a focus ready. Focus. Pretty sure I kept one with maximum resource, just like this. Exactly for this case, right? Because we're most likely going to need something like this. But I need to figure out if this is mandatory for the build, right? Can I get the maximum resource otherwise high enough to matter damage-wise? Maybe over a helmet. You know, if I could get a helmet with a maximum resource, that could work. Now we need 2 rings. So let's try to get 2 rings with greater affix. That actually makes sense. You get maximum life. You get critical hit, lucky hit chance, critical damage. I mean, that one could work. It could reroll into intelligence probably. I mean, preferable, I want attack speed, but where am I going to get attack speed from? In max life, I could roll attack speed on both of these, right? Yeah. We need the tempers. So the tempers are tricky because temper-wise, you need the casting macabre skill to restores resource, right? And that optimally needs to be max rolled. 20, nice. That's good. No, that's 16. It's 18. Yeah, I'll take 18. And then you could go for bone critical strike chance. I don't know if there's bone spirit critical strike chance, right? I think there's bone critical strike chance. Which one has the 2 greater affixes? This one has more rolls. I'm gonna go for bone critical strike chance, 6%, hopefully. Yeah, boom. So that's another 6%. That's actually really good. So we can replace these. Now we already have 2 rings with, well, what are we sitting at? We're sitting at 29.4, right? 29.4, but this is another 6. So the 6 brings us up to 35. And you would be getting the 12% from this one. So we're sitting at 35. We're sitting at 47 plus the 10% here. So that would be 57 plus the 20% from here, which is already 77%. It's not bad. You're going to run Crown of Lucian. Yes, we will run Crown of Lucian, and that will probably be our only chaotic armor that I say we're going to take. Simply because I can expect that people have a Crown of Lucian right now. You really get showered with those Crown of Lucians, right? They're coming left, right, and center. And yeah, I can expect that you have this flying around. Therefore, I'm just like, Crown of Lucian is okay to put into this equation. Preferable, I would hit the cooldown reduction, but I don't. And I have multiple Crown of Lucians everywhere, right? So we get so many. Like, I get 6 or so, 6 Crown of Lucians. So I can assume that you have one. Right? The Gosai Crown goes away. The gloves go... I wonder, do I have a normal Fists of Fade? Fists. I have so many Fists of Fade, but I had a greater FX one. Yeah, it's a normal Fists of Fade. I like, again, we're trying to mostly use less special armor pieces. If I want to use this gospel in the long run, let's masterwork this one at least. 4 times up. Okay, that was a good hit. Skill core, skill gloves. Can get destroyed. Very much. Okay, we got the rings new. Rings are gonna get my... I mean, probably we will have enough intelligence that I could just get armor, right? Actually put 2 royal skulls in for the time being. So we also need more crit chance, but from the paragon board. Because you're actually going to be playing the... What's it called again? Gonna be playing Eliminator. I'm a big fan of Eliminator. I can never not take it. Sucker for that one. We're gonna probably be playing around with crit chance from Bone Graft board. Yeah. We should also consider playing Wither, because there is a way, there's an aspect to turn your bone skills to do shadow damage. Now I'd assume that should work fancy well for what we're doing. Now I'm not entirely sure. This is like a big guesstimate for me, right? What was the called again? It was called here, decaying. Here. Your bone skills now deal shadow damage instead of physical. Enemies take increased shadow damage after being hit with a bone skill. So this is actually really interesting, because if you play Decaying Humus, you have a Bone Spirit, Macabre, Bone Core, but in the bottom you can see that it now deals shadow damage. But again, it scales with bone stuff. So the bone splinters are also doing shadow damage. However, everything bone related still boosts them. So if it says, like here in the skill tree, like your bone skills deal more damage, it's still a bone skill. Again, though, if we play Gloom, when you damage enemies with darkness skills, they take increased shadow damage from you, and or you deal increased shadow damage to crowd-controlled enemies and increased shadow damage to elites and bosses. All of this, like, we're doing shadow damage, right? Does that make sense? By the way, we definitely need to do a Legion event today in 5 minutes. Shit. Someone remind me in 5 minutes to go there and probably, like, just half naked. Are we going to use mythics? Chat, this is an important question. This is a question of, like, should we not? Or should we just skip mythics for the time being? I think we're going to skip mythics for the first version of the build and decide if we later want to use mythics. Is that okay? Can we work with that? I feel like straight away using mythics is always like, yeah. Right, it's a crutch, and I don't believe in using crutches often. Skip for now, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I personally prefer to skip mythics, even though it's relatively late in the season, right? But I like when the build works without them, but gets stronger with them, if that makes sense to you. Movement speed, intelligence. Yeah, we can use that one. I mean, it would be better to have like one that has something going on. But we need a temper here too for the Macabre skills to restore resources. Casting ultimates. Blood orbs. Casting ultimates. Blood orb. Okay. Nice of you to just hate me, I guess. Casting ultimates. Casting Macabre skills. It's the lowest roll possible. I mean, before I take the lowest roll possible, I might as well just destroy the amulet, right? So that was the amulet, chat. That turned out to be shit. Okay. Then we're gonna take the one that gives me movement speed, I guess. One has intelligence and movement speed. What I'm looking for, but use Shaco, it helped out a lot. Yeah, but that's the point. Like, again, if the build needs Shaco to work, then we already fail in the build creation part, right? 21, thank you. It needs to work without Shaco. Okay, we need the Shattered Spirit aspect. I hope I actually have a good roll. Shattered. Oh, Lordy Mac Lord. No. Ah, shit. That's bad. That's very bad. Yeah, 4 out of 21. It's like, ah, no. Okay, I need a better version. Shattered Spirit is, I think, a resource aspect, if I'm not mistaken. Shattered Shattered is a defensive utility mobility. It's a resource aspect. Yeah. So if it is a resource aspect, then we can go for the bartering, and we can resupply for free. Utility cash. Blighted. Actually, a good blighted roll. I want that. Utility defensive. I don't know if I actually leveled everyone up for resource. I get a here resource aspect cash. Thank you very much. Masterworking, salvage.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
Utility, salvage, augment. Let's jump over to the Legion event. I'm not gonna fight pretty much. I'm just gonna be there, right? I have up so many amulets, mostly 3J. Hopefully the changes to tempering and masterworking are really changing for the better. They can't change it to the worse. Let's be fair, okay, chat? There will be tempering, masterworking, combat changes, renown changes, all that kind of stuff is coming. However, they cannot change it to the worse. I mean, like they would really have to try to make it worse, right? I mean seriously, honestly, if they really have to try. Like if they somehow manage to make it worse, I'm like, kudos for that, Blizzard. Like GG. I mean, well played. We didn't expect anything, and you're still disappointed, right? But yeah, let's be real. How are they gonna make it worse? Oh, I mean, hopefully. I like, you know, we let's get surprised, I guess. End of the day. You never know until you know. Okay, so the build is right now still not functional. We're currently making the Bone Spirit build, just in case you joined a second ago, right? Bone Spirit is the name of the game. That one needs on 4, that's on 5. So I need to structure things. So I'm pretty much just here to leech XP right now, in case you wonder, because my Bone Spirit cooldown is 17.5 seconds. 17.5 seconds is too much. I can't work with that, right? So we need now cooldown reduction tremendously, and I'm gonna have to find out how I get my cooldown actually low enough while I have all these things, because it's gonna be tricky. I want to get my Bone Spirit build working as well. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like, I need to find out how much do we need, right? How much do we really need to make this actually work? And where's the breaking point? That's always the interesting part. But I believe that we can get this done. Okay, we got masterworking cache. I can open this one here right now. We got an augment cache. Yep, open that one too. We got a salvage materials, just some forgotten souls. Salvage material, masterworking, resource aspect. So what we're doing here right now, chat, we're looking for Shattered Spirit in a higher roll. The problem will be really getting that one luckily, right? Salvage material, masterwork. I mean, in order to get Shattered Spirit, I think I can also gamble obolts. I get 2,000 obolts. Yeah, I mean, we're gambling. What are we gambling then? Rings, most likely. Okay, with the Bone Storm active. Oh no, I'm still playing Alter the Balance. No, wait. I gotta play Brawn over Brains. And I'm just wondering what's going wrong here. I gotta play Unstable Power as well. We play Mark Guard, and we actually have Erupting Chaos for bonus cooldown reduction. Sorry, that brings my cooldown down. Oh, why was I so confused, guys? Because Alter the Balance turns your core skills into ultimates. So obviously my what was it called again? My Bone Spirit was an ultimate at this point. Okay, if I now activate this, how much am I looking at? I am looking at 47.6% plus 10, so 57%, chat. That's not a lot. I need to know. Wait, 57% plus 8. So we're at +6. So 57, we're at 63%. Ooh, I need a bit more crit. I need a bit more crit. What I could do is you could technically go for the skeletons in the beginning to get another 10% crit hit chance if you struggle to get it done. But you obviously want the 20% more shadow damage, right? So that's a must. Then you want the overpower damage, and you obviously want to have the crit damage. Angry Ginger Dad, thank you for the 27 months of support. What's on the menu today? Basic skill builds. Beautiful basic skill builds. I'm gonna have you all very excited. There's gonna be the essence glyph here because this is just the perfect dexterity based board, right? Okay, Forgotten Souls, Forgotten Souls. Thank you very much. Upward out. We need to go for the Obel Gambling Tool, chat. Here's an Obel Gambling Tool. And the Obel Gambling Tool helps you to figure out where's best to gamble. So I want Shattered Spirit Aspect. Oh, Shattered Spirits. Shattered Spirits drops best from rings. Yeah, I assumed so. Not surprised. That's a ring with maximum life. Let's keep it. Got here Blood Orb, cooldown reduction. Okay, we need to gamble rings once in a while. That is, again, nothing. That's critical strike damage. We don't want that. The moment where you're missing one aspect in a decent roll. The problem is getting actual... Oh, wow. These are 2 times the same aspect. Getting the actual aspect you need on a ring is really harsh because, like, it can roll so many other things as well. Axel, using the seasonal affix that gives cooldown reduction on basic skill is useful. No. So you're not casting basic skills, okay? This is not what you're doing. What you're using unstable power for guaranteed critical strikes and overpowers on your basic skills. And then you're using Bone Spirit to cast said basic skill, right? So you're not actually casting the basic skill yourself. You're gonna have this forced. I need a helmet with cooldown reduction, probably. Do I have a helmet with cooldown reduction? That is not. Okay? That is not the... What's it called again? You could technically play Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, interestingly enough. I get a helmet with maximum resource and cooldown reduction, which is actually perfect. For this build, there's no better helmet, because this is like a Harlequin Crest for the poor people. This is a Harlequin Crest for the poor people. What would you play for a... What would you play for a Temper? I could do Bone Storm Duration just to always have Bone Storm up, but due to my spam, I should always have Bone Storm up. So my Bone Storm Duration is 10 seconds, and technically if you get the Litless Wall, you actually never have to worry about that. Right? But if you don't have the Litless Wall, you might have to worry about that. Bone Spirit Explosion size is useless. Yeah, probably at this point it would be Bone Storm Duration, just to make sure. Yep. And we would be getting... Actually, you can get chance for minion attacks to fortify you, and it would have your Bone Spirit fortify you. It's quite nifty. Works out surprisingly well. Right? Okay, we got a helmet with a cooldown reduction now, ladies and gentlemen. And we can re-roll the dexterity into maximum life or maximum life. Is there anything else that we could have on a helmet? No. Curse skills is useless. Decrepify is useless. You could get resistances. I mean, preferable, you would probably go for intelligence over anything else. Now, masterwork this further forward. We're sitting at double intelligence. Great. Totally not what I'm looking forward to, but we get what we get. A chest could have macabre skills, though, right? We could have blood mist, macabre skills, but we don't need macabre skills. Is there any other unique chest that would be useful? I mean, if I wanted to be fancy, we would use the Fists of Fate as a chest, and then I would actually go for the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, because I have Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, and they technically work. Where are my good Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, though? We get those, who? I think my lady here. The thing about Bloodwave this season, Bloodwave is workable. Bloodwave does things, but it's not like that Bloodwave is crazy good. See, these are my Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, and they provide cooldown reduction too, in case you never thought about it. So actually getting the Pain Gs might be an option, at least in the beginning, to make the Soul Shred work. Because getting them is not hard, right? Getting Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets is not hard. Let's see about that. So that puts us at... We have a chance to stun. We have the cooldown down to 8 seconds. Yeah. So we get the attack speed here. That's nice. We get a critical hit chance from the thingies. So we're sitting now officially at the 25 plus more. I need the helmet to have a proper aspect. In this case, it could be hardened. Actually, we can play Cursed Aura because I have this. I don't have to cast my curse, so that's good. Now, if I go to Kivachan. You've done hundreds of layer bosses. How do you get mythics? Well, you get 1 shard for killing Lilith, 1 shard for finishing your seasonal journey, and 1 shard for finishing the seasonal reputation board. That's 3 shards. That's 1 mythic. Then you disenchant and make another mythic. So technically 2 mythics. Make another character, finish the seasonal reputation, get another mythic, right? So those are all possible ways of getting yourself mythics. Okay, we're sitting at 8 seconds. So with this, obviously we're not critting yet. That's the whole point. But I just want to see if I now activate my Bone Storm, we're sitting at 57%. Yeah, I could already hold down, Chad. Ta-da. Not billions, but hundreds of millions. So the key point is 8 seconds. Why 8 seconds? That's simple. You're gonna remove 165 mana. And for every 100 essence, it's 1.5 seconds. So if I crit, it's 7 seconds cooldown, right? And if I then, on top of the crit, get the 901 million, a billion, chat. Okay, so we're already at the billions, ladies and gentlemen. See, we made it. Good, there we hit a cooldown for a second because my crits ran out. Okay, that works. So we get a Shard of Varathiel. We have the Gospel Non-Greater Affix. We have the Crown of Lucian down here. We get the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets. We get the Fist of Fate. We get a normal helmet. We get a pants that does nothing so far. That just exists. We need more armor, obviously. We have the nothing masterworked on this, and we have to rework the stats. And we're actually have... See, the interesting part is I did 1 million damage now. 1 billion damage, right? But look at the scaling. Okay, chat, look at the scaling. We have 390 out of 900%. Like, think about it for a second, okay? I am missing I'm missing 500% damage. Yeah. Ta-da. I would I would genuinely like to have 500% damage more. That would be very kind. And oh, by the way, I forgot. We also didn't put all the paragon points down, right? So I need to put a few more paragon points down. By the way, let's actually replace this through the Gravekeeper glyph. Why Gravekeeper here? Because then I can just easier walk out of the board without having to put like crazy amount of points in, right? That's 25 dexterity, good, because we are going into the bone graft board, and the bone graft board does something intriguing. And you want to know what the bone graft board does intriguing, Chad? I mean, first and foremost, it gives us more essence, and more essence is always good. So we actually get here maximum essence, maximum essence, maximum essence, and maximum essence. So we actually get to activate this, and that's where all stats usually comes in. Then we're also getting a lot of dexterity and bone critical strike damage. So that's also kind of cool. Nice, I like it. On top, we're getting like here all the bone shenanigans, right? So that's Essence Glyph. We love to see it. But going into this board also yields us the damage reduction, which is quite nifty as well on the tippity top. And then you're going to get yourself even more damage reduction and all that kind of stuff and more health. But what we're getting up here is critical strike chance, and critical strike chance. So it's another 1 and 2%. 4% if we actually max it out with a willpower, right? Which should not be a problem. So we're going to have this maxed out as well. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7% on the tippity top on what we're actually doing. My guy knows the game like he's reading a script. Nah, it's just experience, my friend. We've spent quite a significant amount of time with this. We need to turn it like this. Because if we go from the top, we can just walk down most dominate nodes here. You got... Shit, I don't even have dominate leveled. Yikes. That's a real shitter right now. Let me tell you that much for free. Because we haven't used it in any way. Ah, no. That's a big no-no for me, Chan. Big blunder in the Chan. I am very much sorry for this screw-up. Please don't judge me on my failures, ladies and gentlemen. I promise to be better next time. Okay, we're gonna fix that now. Also, we need to kind of look at having enough points, because what you want to do is you want to walk here now from the top in to activate your Abyssal Glyph from the side. Let me see. We have Abyssal. Yep, here. Abyssal needs dexterity. I think I'm going to have to steal a few points out of this one. So we actually going to get Abyssal activate. That's gonna lose us some damage, but we're fine-ish around here right now. What are we doing? We are playing Necromancer, and we are playing the... Wait, Pans would be basic skills. Ooh, Skeletal Mage Mastery. We're playing Necromancer, but we're playing the basic skill Necromancer today. So anything that is basic skill related, anything that uses basic skills, right, to make the Necro strong, boom, plus 2 ranks to basic skills, will be used today. Because I think that's kind of fun when basic skills break the game, right? I think that's an interesting proposition if you think about it. Like, what the fuck? How can basic skills meaningful break the game? Well, what you learn. That's what you're here for. Do you ever play Eternal characters? No. I got better things to do to play Eternal characters, my friend. No Eternal characters for me. Okay, we got the Pans with basic skills, maximum life. We are able to... what aspect could we use for this right now? We got Curse aspect here, probably hard, but you know, no. We could play Shield. Shield. Probably don't need this shielding storm, but we could actually use it.
My magics await your return.
We're gonna upgrade the pan. Oh, we're gonna temper the pans for full armor. And for what did I do last time? Bone spirit. Oh, doorbell. Okay. Bone Splinter build? Yes, sir. We're going to have some Bone Splinter fun today. By seeing what you minimally need to make it work. We need Bone Storm duration. Funny part is, you actually don't need a lot. I am genuinely surprised how few you need to make this pop. I thought we had to absolutely go above and beyond to push this in a way where it makes sense, but we don't. Attack speed and the trick will still be getting the crit, because right now I'm missing the crit.
Brighter soul.
Where can I find Shattered Spirit? Shattered Spirit is, I think, in a dungeon, basically. But it's a resource aspect. Okay. So you need to get rings and or the aspect resource cache from bartering. That's what we're actually going to do. We're going to get more pale marks. Get more resources. Okay, chat. 3 billion, 4 billion, 8 billion. Billions, billions, billions. Okay, so like with my shoddy thrown together shit, with shit I had flying around, we are sitting, we're at 8.3, 8.8 billion, 13.2 billion, ladies and gentlemen. So this is 13.2 billion with a 390 out of 900% aspect. Okay, with 4 times masterworked, without masterworked, with a normal gospel of the devotee. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. This is working very well, very well. Okay, I still need to get another skull. 619. The rest will be done by an instance. Let me actually some of these equipment pieces away for the time being. Let me check for shattered. Just in case there's not like a shattered spirit aspect just flying around, right? Yeah, let's masterwork these a little bit. At least 4 times for the time being. Oh, the ring is missing. Wait. We need to... Madison, thank you for rating us with your 17 viewers. Appreciate it. Greetings to your community. We're sitting at 47%. 20% up, 67%. Okay, with 67%, chat. Then another 8. So we're 67. We're 75. With the skill tree, we're at 85. I could put a point into serration. Okay, we're at 85. It's not enough. I think I should temper bone crit chance on this one, and then that's it. I just don't see how could I otherwise get the crit, right? I mean, maybe if you get like a Fist of Fade with a greater affix crit chance, that would help. Or like, you know what? How I get crit chance? If you have the Gospel of the Devotee. So right now, I'd say we're better off to just temper the crit chance. Bone damage. Bone crit chance. Oh, that's low. I am out of Veiled Crystals. Bucky, that has me in shambles. Well, I guess now we're gonna do a Chaos Rift to vibe ourselves in. More resource, so you should use a... Wait, no, isn't there... There's crit damage, but isn't there crit chance too? What was it? The Elixir of Precision was crit chance by 6%. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way how to do it, right? I mean, obviously resource would as well work, but here we go. I do not have the Veiled Crystals to make instances. Chat, I'm sorry. I am poor. I cannot make instances because they're too expensive. You still need to level Dominate. You're right about that. So instead of doing... I mean, we do the one Nightmare Dungeon, then we do Dominate up. The interesting part is, again, we're at 14 billion damage without the level Dominate glyph, without having all the Paragon points spent how I want them, without the 900%. This is crazy. We have a planner for this build. No, Christy. You can find planner of this build already super end stage in the internet, which is the problem because we wanted to make like not the super end stage version, right? I mean, I am planning this. I am playing this version here right now, as like what do you minimally need to make it work, kinda, right? Not what you can maximum need to make this work. Because that's the problem. You only find the end stage. You never find like what do you minimally need to get this together. I mean, the fun part is we're just going through the dungeon right now, and one spirit is just pretty much clearing everything, right? This feels good from a gameplay standpoint. See, I'm just zooting around. Use the spirit, and every now and then when you're like out of when you're out of resource, you can also just like spam you out of resource. Out of cooldown, you can just spam your Blight quickly and your Reeb to like make up for that. Because sometimes you shoot out a spirit and there's no opponent to kill, right? Which is a bummer because like want opponents to kill. Because if you don't kill an opponent, oh, thank you, Gilded Baron. You're not getting the cooldown reduction. So gotta kill things to get the cooldowns. No killing, no cooldowns. So what's best for Veiled Crystals this season, Chan? I did actually not expect to get into the Veiled Crystal dilemma this season. It seems like I got unfortunately hit by something I was not expecting to. So how do Veiled Crystals this season look like? Necro's the ultimate walking destroyer. Honestly, Necro has like a lot of builds that do not need you to be stationary. So you can just keep walking, keep shooting, keep walking, keep shooting, and that feels like extremely good, to be honest. We have pets, kind sir. Yes, we have a dog. He looks like a tiny Ewok. Just doesn't want to hang out with me because he rather hangs out with the children and the wife because I'm boring. Like, he told me I'm boring. What can I say? He's right. What about tempering rapid ossification passive to restore your cooldown? No, it's not needed. I mean, my cooldown is good enough. The only way how my cooldown gets out of bounds is by not hitting my bone spirit. So by using a bone spirit that when no one is there. It's like the only way how you're gonna get into a cooldown dilemma. That's the thing, like you're not having this cooldown dilemma in the pit, because in the pit there's always someone to kill. Only when you're actually here outside in the world where I do too much damage, right? Because I do too much damage. Like my one bone spirit kills everything. So I don't even have to do the rapid fire bone spirit, right? I mean, like you notice how I'm going around here and I'm casting bone spirits like very sparingly. It's like 1 bone spirit, haha, 2 bone spirit, haha, 3 bone spirit, haha, 4 bone spirit, you know? It's like bone spirit, right? Because why? I don't need it. I'm good off like that. You could temper rapid ossification, obviously. Problem is, you also need to restore your resource, because rapid ossification only works when you restore resource. So if you're not restoring resource, what does a rapid ossification temper then use you, right? We need more movement speed. We're way too slow. So having like a movement speed amulet is probably the smartest thing I could have done here right now. If I don't need the curse in my skill bar, I could just put another shadow skill in there to boost my, what is it called again? Oh, ring with double greater affix. I could just put my shadow skill in there to boost my damage and movement speed. Conveniently. From all the time you played D4, what are your top 3 builds of all time? The Earthquake, Dust Devil, Summoner Barb. That one was just brilliant, right? Absolutely great. Then Pulverize in general, Pulverized Druid. Like any form of Pulverized Druid has just always been joy to play. There's never been not joy playing Pulverized Druid. And the third one would probably be the good old Spirit Wave Necro. But sadly, they destroyed the functionality of Spirit Wave, so it doesn't work the way it used to work anymore. And that makes me salty as hell. The Spirit Wave was truly something extraordinary great, and it was only ruined because Blizzard didn't understand how much fun the build was. It was functionally working because a unique piece, a unique chess piece, was calculating different than it should. But instead of Blizzard changing it the way that the unique piece would work this way, right? That it would calculate this way correctly, they were like, nah, we're gonna fix it. But with fix it, they essentially meant like get fucked nerds, right? So that's kind of like bad because no one asked them to fix it. Spiritual Shadowblight spam builds standard. That is the build we did before this. So Shadowblight spam is obviously the easiest Necro build to make this season because it has 0 requirements. You get into Torment 1, and as soon as you're Torment 1, you're gonna pretty much start using your Soul Rift together with the Alter the Balance power, and that's it, right? You're good to go. You're absolutely demonic demon. You're just flying. But after you then made said build, you obviously want to try out new things, right? You want to see what can you do now that you have stuff. Okay, we don't need you. Don't need you. I'm currently following your guide on Titan Quest 2. I've had higher expectations for the game, sadly. No, Gashi, the game is brilliant. How dare you? Oh, we got Chaos Armor, the Hand of Nas. Cool. Wasn't even planned. Okay, these are all aspects, but probably none of the one I need. Blood-based, Rathmas, Grasping. I mean, the only thing I want to see is a better Shattered Spirit now. We gotta do... So now I can show you how different it feels when you actually do the pit. How much billion did we do? We did up to 13 billion. That should be doing a pit 80, right? I struggle when surviving with this build. You don't survive with this build. Or with which build, Xander? Sorry. More info. Like, sorry. Like, we have so many strings of conversation happening that it might be that, like, you know, when you say this build, I'm just like, which is this build now? So, like, this is the difference here playing in a pit, right? I hold down my button. I nuke everything. We do copious amounts of damage. I always have my cooldowns, right? There's never a chance where I'm not hitting something with a Bone Spirit. Which Necro is the strongest between Soul Rift and Bone Spirit? Soul Rift is easier strong, while Bone Spirit is stronger with investment. Okay? So Soul Rift is powerful, but Spirit will be stronger if you then do the investment into it. Right? Like, the problem is that your growth is capped by chaotic armor. So if you're not getting the right chaotic armor pieces, you're not going forward. Right? Putting critical hit is pointless since season power puts 100%. Sir, you don't understand the build, but thank you for saying that. The crit is not in here for the bone splinters to crit. The crit is in for the bone spirit to crit. So you get the cooldown. So no, the crit is not pointless. The crit is necessary. Or the build simply doesn't work. So yes, your splinters are always overpowers. Your splinters are guaranteed billions of damage overpowers. However, you need your spirit to be spammable. Right? Because your splinters are only being spammed if your spirit is being spammed. Okay, now we need to get the 500 more bonus damage from the Shattered Spirit to really see how much you can go up with shoddy setup. That's a teleport rune. No, I'm fine. I need to change the runes anyways. I currently have the runes running. Like, we have Ahu Cry. We don't need Ahu Cry. We have corpse tendrils, right? We're running Ahu Cry for no reason. Okay, random pit 80 clear, but I think if I get the Shattered Spirit in a higher, I could just waltz into a pit 100. I mean, considering we're doing double-digit billion damage, and we're missing 500% damage, I guess we'll be almost up to the trillions instantly. I need to see this. So we need to get the higher Shattered Spirit. That's what we need to find now, chat. Maybe we should do some 4-man Infernal Hordes with the chat. Problem with 4-man Infernal Hordes is that the Bone Spirit build is not a build for that, right? So this is probably one downside that needs to be mentioned about this build. It's not a build for playing with other people. It's a build for solo players. Because if you then cast your spirit, and if then your friends cleared something out, then that's going to be unlucky. However, I guess if we would make a second set of rings that would rock rapid ossification, it could actually work. Because if you make a second set of rings that instead of crit chance rocks rapid ossification, and you're gonna bring rapid ossification up to a high enough rank, then you might be able to actually get enough cooldown reduction without. That might be more work than it's actually worth it. Finding that aspect is a matter of time, like Ian's. Hey, I have at least one of them, so that's good. I mean, even if I don't find a better one today, I'm not mad, because I'm just happy that the build is working with minimal investment put in, right? Is the fun part is if a build works on low investment, but you know that a high investment will just yield such an amazing outcome, because you can see the promise of the build, right? You understand what the build does and how well the build works. Right here with a cooldown. Boop, 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 boop. 22.5 billion is the highest so far. The highest damage aspect is even missing. That would be the litless wall. Okay, we got a dominate, ladies and gentlemen. Dominate is 17, so at least we now get the power activated. So when you overpower, you do more damage. So that's step number 1. We're happy about that. How do you trigger Gospels of the Devotee right now? Only using one basic skill. Description says you need to use one, then another. I don't use only one basic skill. So, okay. First and foremost, you don't need to trigger Gospel of the Devotee. However, if you then want to trigger Gospel of the Devotee, what you're going to do is, let's jump in and we talk about it. So, you're going to approach a pack of enemies. Then you're going to reap and then spam. Reap and then spam. Reap and then spam. Why reap? Because it hits everything. The thing is, you only need to reap every, like, one pack one single time, and that's enough to kill them all, right? So I'm going to walk up, I'm going to reap these guys, and then gospel works. I'm going to reap these guys, gospel works. Walk up, gospel. Walk up, reap, gospel. You get it? Walk up, reap, gospel. That's how simple it is. So you get that. Reap, hit everyone, because Reap is like a 360-degree turnaround, I hit everyone kind of skill. Reap. Reap. Right? Makes sense? But, like, it's not that you actually need to do it, right? The gospel is really only necessary in this build for hard clearing. I'll be honest with you, for Pit 100 and below, you're probably better off, and we can try this out now, because what does the gospel do in its base state if it's not a chaos item? Because that's the thing, right? My gospel is not a chaos item. So let's say the gospel is not a chaos item right now. Would it be then better to just go with a normal offhand? Because then we could also play another aspect if we go with a normal offhand, right? Now, the advantage of the gospel, though, is that your splinters are piercing. So that's actually cool. Because if you are in a stack of enemies, then having the splinters to pierce everything is nice, because otherwise they kind of get stuck in the opponent, right? Like this, they actually go through, and then they hit like everyone, so it kind of leads to faster clears. I miss using the Reap. Oh, in the first dungeon, I simply didn't use the Reap because I didn't bother with it. You know? That's what I was trying to say. So you get away without using it. You're still doing enough damage. It's not like, oh no, like where's all my damage? The Reap or the gospel is pretty much to get the basic skills to penetrate, to have like the infinite penetration happening, then clear a bit faster. But I'd say for Helltides, for Infernal Hordes, for that kind of stuff, would you really need it? By the way, we're also going to make the Minion build work today, guys. So we make two builds. We make the Gospel of the Devotee, Bone Spirit build work. But we're also aiming for the Bone Spirit Warrior build, because I want to see if we can make that one work too. I just don't know if we have enough resources, because we just ran out of Veiled Crystals. So we pretty much have to play both builds a little bit to farm a bit more resources, right? Is Dune dead? No, sir. It's just everything done right now. So Dune is more single player game than a massive multiplayer online game. The good thing is, in like a boss fight versus a... Oh, I really need more crit chance. So like, I'm in between always coming to the point where I don't crit. And that's a problem because my Bone Storm is running out, right? Why is my Bone Storm running out? Because we are not having the Litless Wall. The Litless Wall would instantly give us the Bone Storm duration we need to keep everything running. Okay? We don't have that. What did I get here? A Litless Wall! Woo! Okay, so listen, Chad. Ginormous Schlong Gaming, okay? Streamer client, yes, obviously. Kitty, you're so happy to wake up to this? Are you happy to wake up to this? So why is this so good now, chat? What just happened? Why is this amazing? So first and foremost, Litless Wall provides you with bone skills, cooldown reduction, then Bone Storm duration, and you make bonus Bone Storms, but that's actually completely useless, right? Technically. What really is the interesting part about this is the main hand weapon damage. So you're getting total armor and random main hand weapon damage on top of what we're actually doing. And that makes this so much stronger. Now, we're not going to use the Litless Wall straight away, because using the Litless Wall straight away here right now doesn't do anything for us, right? It proves that a build that's already working is just working better. You know? So we definitely will use the Litless Wall, just not ASAP. Honestly, if I want to get the aspect, I should probably just spam like goddamn Tear Whispers like crazy to get what I'm looking for. We get the helmet with the maximum resource, cooldown reduction, and everything. We're sitting at 193 resource. You know what? 200 resource would probably be best. 4 more cooldown reduction. I could get 200 resource. Yeah. We have fire resistance. Let's reroll that in anything that's not fire resistance. Here, maximum resource. There we go, Chan. 201. Woo. Gaming. Do a couple of hordes. Oh, we're definitely going to do a couple of hordes. I think if I make the Reap skeleton build, we might get the community in for a couple of hordes, right? So yeah, someone was asking for survival, which like where you're struggling with this build with survival. So technically your survival in this build comes all from lucky hit chance and barrier. So as soon as you start spamming away, you have like the skeletons go crazy, right? And that should give you lucky hit chance barrier. However, I also play currently the Bone Storm gives you barrier aspect because I'm not using the maximum amount of mythics that I could, right? So I could obviously use a what is it called again? I could use a come on, brain saying. Shroud of the False Death and some other shenanigans. That would be not in the spirit of making this work. You get it, spirit? Because it's the spirit build? No? No? Tough crowd. Tough crowd. Community hordes? We might get some community hordes in today, Katie. Yeah, we should be able to. Okay, what we notice right now is that our crit chance is sadly shitty, right? Because we might be sitting at, so with this on, we're sitting at a 73% crit chance, which is 83%, which is with the 8 and the 7%, then almost 100%, right? But it's not 100%. We're like very close to 100%. You know what we also forget, chat? We forget to put on one of the most important aspects. You want to know which one that is and why that's so crazy? So you know that we're missing 500% damage, correct? I told you that. But we actually completely forget to put on the other aspects that would make us even stronger. Which aspect is that? I mean, you know why I'm stacking more spirit? Because we're going to be playing the aspect of adaptability. What does the aspect of adaptability do? Let me show you in a second. So, you know, the build is currently, like, even without the aspects, working, like, so well already. It's so stupid. But we're missing half of the things. Because, you know, iterative process, I guess. By the way, I'm currently playing the Cry rune instead of, like, roping people together all the time. And I gotta tell you, it feels very good to play it this way. Prop your potion too. I should prop my potion for movement speed. That is actually correct. See, we're playing pretty much at minimum what we could do. Because we're lazying around. Yes, we can do the potion for obviously attack speed and movement speed. And yes, that would make us vastly stronger. What do we have right now? We have aspect of, yeah, increased damage from barrier, chat. I mean, it's good because the conceited is actually working. But that's obviously not what we want to have. Selling max roll aspect of adaptability. I think I have a max roll aspect of adaptability. I should be fine about that. Should start playing Hearthstone again. No, I shouldn't. Absolutely should not. But thank you for your interest. How do I not crit against him? I'm like at 98% crit chance, guys. How do we end up not critting? Explain it to me like I'm 12. Okay, we almost have this legendary. Okay, so we got the aspect of adaptability, chat. So this is this. What does adaptability do? Adaptability says basic skills generate 5 additional primary resource once per skill. Basic skills deal 55 increased damage for each point of primary resource you have. Sounds good, doesn't it? Because obviously we got 201 or 11 resource. So after the calculator, you got 211 times 0.55%. So that's another 116.05 damage. Yay. We need more rings because we're still gambling for the Shattered Spirit aspect. Again, unlikely we'll see it, but we have to try. And then we jump again. So this is like, the den is the best location to go for it, right? When does this season finish? I see most people have finished with making builds. The season finishes in 2 months. So. Okay, masterworking, no. Boss summoning cache, no. Defensive utility, no. Restock. Salvage mats, we're going to buy that one. I have enough masterworking mats, so I really don't need it. Or does masterworking mats contain, does it actually contain Forgotten Souls too? No, it was just Obols, right? Salvaging actually contains Forgotten Obols. Okay, defensive. Resource aspect cache, straight away buy, because that's what could have it. Resource aspect cache. Empowering Reaper. And Cadaverous, nope. Utility, materials. Oh, sacrificial. Oh, damn. Bursting bones is not what we need, sadly. Salvage and nope. Salvage and nothing. So these are all now resource aspects. They cannot be anything else, right? Which is important. That's just around the corner for Christmas. Yeah, we should be getting the new PDR end of October, start of November. And then hopefully in December, we get the new season. That would be amazing. Okay, we did get not a single aspect, chat. We got a bunch of aspects, but not a single Shattered Spirit. That's sad. Let's make our aspect legendary. I mean, we also should probably do here bosses for whispers quickly. Let's actually see how fast can we kill a Torment Fort boss with our shoddy setup already. By the way, we were at, what was it, 22 billion max? So how much more damage are we expecting now in your opinion, Chad? Okay, wait a second. We are at 53% plus 7.8 plus 5.6 plus 10%. 25. I mean, we're so close to that 100%, right? We should get a new class in the expansion. The next DLC is going to bring a new class. Guaranteed. Oh no, my spirit went away. Whee! No, he ate me. Hardcore character gone. Luckily, this is not a hardcore character. So if we change out the Gospel of the Devotee, we get an easy next, like, 12% critical strike chance. I could probably re-roll attack speed into... No, well, we should probably do that. Like, re-roll attack speed into crit chance. So we're just more guaranteed and don't accidentally hit this snag. Because it's just happening too often. To make sure it overlaps. Then again, if I masterwork the things further up, we should be good to go anyways. We just kill the boss quickly. So we could maybe get something. I wonder what a well-rolled Shattered Spirit aspect costs on the market right now. And I don't have much gold, but I would still like to know. Yux, there's a huge new infos about Diablo. Yes, in case you missed it, there is a campfire chat coming where we're talking about the new masterworking system, the new combat changes, the new season in general. The changes to Renown. According to Blizzard, the whole level experience is supposedly changing, so things are different. Can you show us how to kill Lilith in Torment 4? You just do so much damage that she falls over. It is done. I know it sounds stupid, but that's what you do. Do so much elusive damage that she just keels over and dies. Tribute of Radiance United. Did I just get that? Oh man, we could experiment around with that. So no Shadow Spirit again. Let's make our thing legendary now. Okay, chat. Wait. We should have some more materials now for the adaptability, right? Yeah, see? Like, we get some more. I could probably temper crit chance on this one as well. Right? I mean, worst case scenario, if I really struggle with a crit chance, if things are not going the way I want it to go, and if I now needed to really desperately roll into something, I could just get the crit chance on the amulet too. When we're talking about, like, making this build work, right? So what do you minimally need to make this build work? And then you can obviously, like, still... Twinker-DD and Twiddle-Dee-Doo, and as soon as you get items in a certain slot, You can change things out. Okay, I'm just not getting what I'm looking for, huh? Let's look at glyphs. What are we gonna play? We want quocks to work, right? Pock quocks, definitely. I need pock. I don't have pock, great. Few, neo, knock, pock. And quocks. Zexal, Zexal, Que, bot. No, I have quocks in here, I think. Quocks. I don't have cry. Really? I don't have quocks? Zexal, Zexal, Que, quocks. Yeah. And the other one could be. I mean, so, like, you could try to make yourself unstoppable, but I want a who. And. I could do Frost Novas. There's none I really want. Random teleports. Yours only 810% and you spend 10k on merc money? Damn. So yeah, you don't have to go through Lilith phases, you just kill her. How come that you don't play Battlefield 6? Well, Battlefield 6 is boring in terms of it being Battlefield 6, right? So I like Battlefield 6, don't get me wrong, but it's just playing Battlefield 6, right? I'm not doing anything else but just playing the same maps over and over again with the same weapons to maybe level them up. And the weapon leveling is actually extremely slow, so I didn't feel like doing that slog to myself, right? I have like exciting things still to do in other games, and when we did a little Titan Quest stint because Titan Quest was really cool and we made such an amazing build, it was brilliant. So yeah, I mean, I leave Battlefield for the other creators so they have a chance to actually make good content, right? But I really didn't want to create some cookie cutter Battlefield content now, because that's what would happen. It would just be a buttload of cookie cutter Battlefield content. So if I was just a gaming creator, I would definitely play it, don't get me wrong. But I'm not a gaming creator, right? I'm more than that. Okay, we just upgraded to 34 billion, by the way, with the aspect of adaptability. I mean, we're almost at hundreds of billions without having a high-rolled Shattered Spirit aspect, which is great. So I think this is like a very good find, chat. It's actually helpful that my Shattered Spirit aspect is shit. Because like this, you notice how possible it is to play the build even without having a high roll run, right? Because usually getting like a low rolled aspect means you're done for. However, in this build, even if you have the worst possible rolled aspect, you're still good to go. If you want to play the build. That was a 55 billion now. Will you ever try any Final Fantasy games? No. I did Final Fantasy 14 for a bit. It's just not my cup of tea. Big time. I'm also not really engrossed in the Final Fantasy franchise, right? So I don't know the story of all the characters since they have existed and that kind of stuff. So it's not really for me. It's like Zelda, right? When new Zeldas release and everyone tells you you have to play them, and you tell them that you never touched a Zelda game before. You sound diplomatic when you answer that Battlefield 6 question. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's the way how I do business. Because at the end of the day, yes, I'm a content creator. End of the day, this is though my business, right? This is how I make a living. My living is right now over YouTube. I mean, Twitch is still running, but if we go after just a simple income perspective, I earn my money by making YouTube videos. Right? So if I was earning my money by doing Twitch live streams, I could just play Battlefield 6 right now, and I have to. So the smartest thing, if I was like earning my money over only Twitch, would be just do YouTube live stream. Just spam as much Battlefield as possible because it's hot. Now, the freeing part, though, is that I don't have to do that anymore. Right? I used to do that back in the days. Nowadays, I pretty much rely on making good videos. But surprisingly, that's actually freeing, right? If I only have to make good videos, which is hard in itself. But it's different. It's a different challenge because you don't actually have to spam games, even though you might have overplayed these games long time ago. Right? Does that make any sense to you? I hope it does. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is legendary now. So we managed to get it there. Almost 100 billion damage. Now I wonder, how much more damage do you think is it going to be if we use the litless wall? Good morning, Wolf. How are you doing? How's it possible to not have touched a single Zelda? I just don't like, I have no, I never played it in my childhood, so I have zero reasons to play it now. Right? Nothing in Zelda draws me in. By the way, Steven, thank you for the membership. I missed that. There's nothing in Zelda that, pulls me in that's like, wow, you need to play this. It's so telling. Let's kick this out. And we're going to use the litless wall. Okay. Because I just want to know how much is the damage differential now. Giving us the bone skills. Yep. Cursed aura on the PvD pants. Because I don't want to curse, chat. I'm lazy. See, it would be more optimal to not play cursed aura, okay? But I'm lazy as fuck, so I'm playing cursed aura. How did you avoid Zelda in childhood? We only had a Super Nintendo. And we only had a select few games for it. That's it. That's how I didn't get to play Zelda. See, instantly 55 billions without stacking. The good part now about the litless wall is that we're just doing so much more damage, but we also get the 20% more crit permanently now because there's always a litless wall active somewhere. 181 billion, chat. Where does the 181 billion come from? So the litless wall, per active litless wall on per active bone storm on the battlefield, gives you 20% more crit damage. So the litless wall adds another 100% crit damage to the fray for just existing. Okay. Walking, talking calamity. 173 billion, ladies and gentlemen. So the litless wall is really an absolute damage creep here. Funny story, if you would get the Gospel of the Devotee as a chaotic armor, you could technically play a litless wall. Right? Just like that. Wonder if the litless wall would be better than the Gospel. That's an intriguing question. I guess you notice how much stronger this is right now, correct? That's really illegal. And that's still okay, so that's still with 500% less damage than it should have, right, Chad? This is still with 500% damage missing. Right? That's the funny part. If it drew at max and you're only at 1 billion, are you sure it's maxed? I did not kill enough opponents, so I have to find more opponents. Thank you very much. Look how much faster she dies now, Chan. Damn, son. I could probably do a pit 90 now. So let's actually go higher, obviously. So that was a pit 80. Well, with this damage output, I can definitely do a pit 90. And with this damage output, I should actually do a pit 100 too. Necro had a rework because of the chaotic perks. The sad part is that a lot of things that the chaotic perks allow you to do should be basically available for Necro, right? Because what we're doing right now with the Shattered Spirit does not work. I mean, so how do I say this now? A Shattered Spirit build did work before, but like only because always about seasonal powers, right? Only seasonal powers made this work. Yeah, I don't even feel like we're slower. Like we just went 10 pit tiers higher. But due to us over damaging everyone left, right, and center, right? We're just still at the same clearing speed. Right? Maybe opponents are finally going to eat the actual damage that you deal. Hey, sir, please don't run away. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca, okay? Overpower's back. I mean, Overpower never left. Only that you have permanent Overpower crits. So that basic power is the craziest. So why is this working, Chad? Because we have the chaotic perk, Magic, that says your basic skills are guaranteed critical strike overpowers. And do 100% more damage. Check, check. How do we now get basic skills spammed? Well, by using Bone Spirit, right? So you're spamming Bone Spirit. You're getting your guaranteed basic skills, right? And they're guaranteed critical strikes, and they're guaranteed overpowers. And then you pretty much just have to scale critical strike and overpower damage, and that's it. And we're good to go. By the way, we're also not playing any aspect right now for Barrier, and we're permanently buried up. And that is simply because of a lucky hit chance to Barrier. Is this better than the Soul Rift build? Yes, it does vastly more damage. However, you also need more pieces. Like, if you don't have the Shattered Spirit aspect, you can't play this, right? So the Soul Rift build, you can play with Alter the Balance. You get that power, you can play it. And then you pretty much play the Soul Rift build until you pick up a Shattered Spirit aspect. And as soon as you then have the Shattered Spirit aspect, Chaka, we're in. Then you can start actually playing this build. Until then, though, like, don't even remotely try to get this done. Because without the Shattered Spirit, your Bone Spirits are not shooting out the Bone Splinters, and without that, everything just doesn't work. Right? Pull everyone together. We have to try out Infernal Horde, because I want to see how this feels in the Infernal Hordes. The problem is that Infernal Hordes sometimes have no opponents spawning. So you might have like this weird moment where you're running out of cooldown, and then you have to re-cooldown, and then you run out of cooldown. It's a bit like ridiculous, but same. Oh. Good. So same speed, guys. That was a pit 90 now in 11 minutes with 500% damage missing. Like, I think we can do a pit 100, right? Yeah, we can definitely do a pit 100 too. Cool. So we just threw this together, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even maxed out, and pit 100 is possible. Funny story is that we're playing a worse version because we're running this item. These are the Pain Gorger's Gauntlets. Damaging enemies with a non-basic skill cast marks them for 3 seconds. When a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, the basic skill damage is echoed to all marked enemies, dealing damage. Funny story is, though, we use our Bone Spirits to mark everyone. So the Pain Gorgers are actually working. Why are we playing the Pain Gorgers? Because it's 8 ranks to basic skills. Why would I not play another 8 ranks to basic skills? In the absolute optimal out build, they don't have a place, right? But in this version, we can definitely rock them. Okay, that was pit 90 done, and pit 100 is also possible. 25 ranks? Yeah, but 25 ranks doesn't do so much because every rank in the bone skills more is not much percentage. So in other skills, the percentage actually goes much, much higher, right? But if I now use the Pain Gorger's Gauntlet, so we have the splinters currently at 102%. Now I'm going to remove 8 ranks from this, okay? And you have the bone splinters be at 169%. Bone spears, sorry. You have the bone splinters be at 78%. Actually, that's more percentage than I assumed it would be. I take everything back. The percentage is amazing. I lied to you because I'm a liar. I hate you. Like, I have secrets from you. So, yeah, that's why I lied to you. Good that we talked about this. I was pretty sure the percentage was actually lower. But yeah, that's why I'm the content creator and you're the viewers, right? Because I'm a liar. Thank you for listening. Good talk. Let's try out a Infernal Horde, and then let's make the rebuild, okay, chat? I mean, don't worry, we'll keep playing both builds today. It's just about, like, I wanna get both settled. You're playing a Spiritborn? Ah, condolences, brother. You choose the hardest to scale class. Rising Spires, Draining Spires, Fiendish. Yeah, let's go for this. See now, like, I have my spirits, but we will often get into this scenario where I shoot a spirit out and everything dies. But, yeah, like, so the whole screen dies, but I get cooldown because, I didn't hit someone with my spirit and crit. You know? But I wonder if we could fix this with a different set of rings. But for that, I would need so... I mean, in order to fix this, you would need perfect equipment pieces. That's the problem. Because you would say, I don't rely on the crit of my Bone Spirit, right? Yeah, you need to temper rapid ossification, but I don't think that would even be enough to temper rapid ossification. I mean, it's not like you need it. So let's be real at first. It works like this as well. It's not like we need to change anything. It's just something to be aware of, that when you're killing things, right? Just kill everything on the screen. Just don't use Bone Spirit if there's no enemies. Like, it doesn't matter if your enemies keep stacking up because you're just deleting a whole screen with one button click. Right here, boom, everything dies. So you don't even have to spam. I wonder how much cooldown reduction we would need to use the rapid ossification and how much resource we would need. Okay, chat. Should we try this out? Should we figure this out? So 2 versions, pretty much the pit pushing version and the normal existent version. I think that could be interesting. Right? Are you on Twitch as well? Yes, sir. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We're in your mom's basement every now and then. So you can find us everywhere. Also where you don't want to find us, pretty much. What do you think is the best build for speed farming the hordes? Ravens. Ravens are beautiful because they have the cataclysm going on that hits... I mean, if you're not asking necromancer, right? So ravens on the druid, because the cataclysm hits the whole screen at any given point, which is obviously insane damages, right? And then you have the... ravens themselves do the local damage where you need it to be. So you're pretty much zooming around in a circle, screen-wide, hitting everything, and then hitting everything localized as well, and just Raven destroys everything. So I feel like Raven is like the easiest to get to that point too, right? Sounds like any other char. Need to have different setups for nearly every build to be most efficient in different activities. I mean, yes, apart from Ravens, obviously, but in the pit, there's obviously always better versions for the pit. But I guess that should be obvious that like for the pit there are versions that work better for that. It'd be rather surprising if that wasn't the case, right? Okay, are basically no worms spawning, or am I accidentally killing them and not even noticing when I kill them? That might be it, huh? Because the splitters are going quite far and wide, right? So I might just accidentally kill all of these without even noticing that we're killing all of these. Like, you notice how the spirit cooldowns can be somewhat a limiting factor at times? Problem is, for rapid ossification to work, you need at least 200 spirit. Because otherwise you don't get the reduction properly. But why 200? 200 would be 3 seconds right away on the standard. And with more rapid ossifications, obviously more. But also the rapid ossification would be then tempered instead of the resource gain back. And I don't think that you would gain enough resource gain back from the Shattered Spirit. That's going to be somewhat tricky. Ring 5 gives 4.5 seconds cooldown. Yeah, but 4.5 seconds is still not enough. Is minion build viable? We will do a minion build in a second. I mean, soon. Like, first, we gotta obviously make the Shattered Spirit better for the Infernal Hordes. Because right now, you notice, like, this is really, really good for the pit. But if I was playing it in this version in the Infernal Hordes, it would be awkward. Because we're actually, like, we have the damage to get, we have the damage to get the ether, right? But we're currently sitting at 200 ether. I mean, obviously, our Banes and Boons are not the best right now, but that doesn't play a role. This is mainly due to the awkwardness of every now and then not having a cooldown, right? But that needs to get fixed. I have to pull out another ring in a second. What should I gamble towards the Shadow Spirit aspect? Rings. Rings is the best because Shadow Spirit is a utility aspect, and rings are optimally for a utility aspect. Because you can't get any defensive aspect on rings, and they will give you maximum utility. Okay, we got Colossal Fiends. Technically, this could lead to enough ether to make this still work. So let's see how this is going now. If we then get what we're looking for. Oh, he just got punched in the throat. Like, we have all the damage to get all the ether, but... That's a lot of ether from one wave. It's just so funny how everything just instantly dies, right? Oh, there's a lot of ether from that wave, ladies and gentlemen. Damn. I kind of want to go for the chaos wave, but on the other hand, I just really like doing unreasonable things. Oh, we'll make ossification work, so that's not the problem. It's just the question of the necessity. And I think for doing the Infernal Hordes, definitely. But for the pit, I would, for example, not use it. Because in the pit, it's just weaker to use ossification. Right? That being said, you don't need 100 billion damage. I don't need 100 billion damage for this, right? I don't need the maximum amount of damage right now. That's very important to witness, right? So obviously for the pit, you need more damage than for what you're doing here. Okay, can we like have a little bit more soul spires on top of all these soul spires that we're having? Because obviously, like, it would be kind of nice to have a few more soul spires happening. Good. Okay, let's see. We're at one. Well, why are we at 186 spirit? Oh, because helmet. I actually don't have 200 spirit anymore because I put the helmet away. See, one bone spirit killed them, Chad. one bone spirit killed each of them. Why are we opening this? More aspects. It's not that I need a single thing of this, so just one more aspect. So, by the way, for this, I didn't use the Gospel of the Devotee a single time, right? Because everything dies on a one hit. So, interestingly enough, I don't think the Gospel is needed in any way. For this, at least. What I would need is... Come on, brain, say it. So, first and foremost, we could take a ring, like this ring here, okay? And instead of now going for any other stuff, you could go for resources, and then you can go for rapid ossification temper. The problem, again, is that you're going to be losing the casting macabre skills restores resource, right? So that's bad. So even if I now get the rapid ossification, I will never get the rapid ossification, seriously. So I don't want the rapid ossification, as I said. Like, rapid ossification is for noobs and filthy casuals. And actually, rapid ossification is ugly, and I don't want it. Yeah. Great. Yeah, I really don't want it. I hate rapid ossification. Okay, that's a different level of RNG, I guess. Good. So, as I said, rapid ossification is for filthy noobs. And I totally do not wish to ever get it again. I mean, like, how much RNG gonna be there involved? Cool. I mean, this is getting somewhat interesting. But, like, not the good kind of interesting, more the, like, what the fuck kind of interesting. Yeah, nice RNG, huh? Okay. I mean, I never wanted rapid ossification anyways, I guess. Everything finally balanced, just like it should be. Okay, rapid ossification. One rank. I mean, unless I get 2 ranks, it doesn't even matter, right? Okay. I mean, you know what the interesting part is? That we're also wasting Forgotten Souls doing this, right? It might be only 1 Forgotten Soul per, but with the amount of rolls that we're doing, there's quite a lot of Forgotten Souls going into this. Okay. This is fine. The next ring. Oh, sorry. Why does this one have Bone Spirit cooldown reduction? What did I do with you? Also, we are a necromancer. Rapid ossification. Ah, there, ladies and gentlemen. It only required a bajillion rolls to get it. So, bone critical strike chance, bone critical strike chance, bone critical strike chance. I would get away without bone critical strike chance, but I still want it. So, but do we now try to... Rapid ossification? Okay, there we go. So like this, we would have 4 ranks into rapid ossification, okay? That comes in here for now, and we would need the adaptation aspect. So what happens with 4 ranks of rapid ossification is... that we're now sitting at... 7 ranks. So every 100 essence you spend reduces the cooldown of your bone skills by 3.5 seconds. Now we are sitting at an 8-second cooldown. And if I actually upgrade the litless wall a little bit further, we're sitting at a 7.76 second cooldown, correct? So if I would now go into the... compass. Orc. And I drink an elixir of resourcefulness, which brings me up to 211 resource, and then I activate my thingy, and then we just spam away. Right, I can almost just stand here and spam this away. I say almost because it's just almost. Because I also need full resource, and that's where it gets awkward. Because now I spam, but I don't hit anything, so I don't have full resource. Ergo, it's not happening to make me full. Now, though, if there is enemies to hit, right, I somehow get full, and we're somehow getting the cooldown reduction, right? But only if we optimally use up 211 resource. So the goal would actually be, how do I get 211 resource now? The thing is, you could, for example, use the skeleton mages up here with the essence regeneration. Because now we're actually getting more essence regeneration for what we're doing. And then suddenly we also have more essence, and we would actually get more resource again. But as you notice, it's again not really the yellow from the axe. So it works better, right? We're not getting too much cooked anymore, but we're still not at the perfection. I mean, damage-wise, we haven't like seen any change, right? But unless we're actually hitting someone, we're not really getting it. So this is not yet there. Now, the thing is, if you would use the chest piece, if you would get Shroud of the False Death. Shroud of the False Death would give you another rank into rapid ossification. So that would then reduce your cooldown again, right? I mean, we have cooldown reduction on the gloves. That's 12.3%. We have cooldown reduction here, and we have cooldown reduction there. So you have 3 sources of cooldown reduction. Not perfectly masterworked, but you have them, correct? We also have maximum resource on our amulet, which we technically don't need. What I could try is I could try to roll the maximum resource higher, but it doesn't matter how high the maximum resource is because you also need the resource generation. Because no matter like how big this is, if we're not getting it back with every cast, So getting the more ranks doesn't do anything as it's actually then backwards making things. That brings me to the question, would it be better to maybe kick out adaptability for the pit? Because now you could also say there's a regeneration aspect. And this one is interesting because critical strike with bone skills increase your essence regeneration by 190%. Now, 190% is actually something, right? That's interesting because that's a lot. So now suddenly, if we actually kick out, let's actually keep at the 20 more. So we just make sure that we're always at 200. If we now keep this one instead of the other one, so just one different ring. You have like way more resource, right? It's coming back. But again, the problem is that this is bound to critical striking. So if I'm not critical striking, then we're not getting the resource back, and then I cannot use the resource, and then same dilemma, right? Can you use Litless Wall somewhere else and put Shaco on? Shaco wouldn't do much. The issue right now would be getting more resource in a meaningful way, or more resource back in a meaningful way that doesn't cost you. Now there is something you could probably do, but that would require me to also change my runes. And I don't know if I want to do that. You need to hit masterworking breakpoints for it to work well. No, for the pit, you don't need to hit any masterworking breakpoints or anything. Like, it works extremely well in the pit just like that. Just basically. Against bosses also basically. So, I don't think it's like, for that, it's a very simple build. But to make it feel good outside of the pit, right? That's different. However, do you actually need this? Because that's the whole point, right? Like, you could also just play the Soul Shred, right? Which is insane with zero, like almost zero gear requirements in the Infernal Hordes and everything, right? So Soul Shred is just brilliant. Now I still want to get this spammable, so what do? I'm probably going to kick out Gospel of the Devotee, because if I kick out the Gospel, I can go for Focus. And I have a Focus that has maximum resource, okay? So we get one Focus with maximum resource, and that Focus could reroll the damage to critical strike chance, boom. So that's already nasty in itself. See, this is one of the perfect focuses. Because we don't need the Gospel for... We don't need the Gospel for non-pit activities. You only need that for pit activities. Otherwise, you don't need it. The interesting thing is, what you could get with this one is, you could now go for chance for Bone Splinters to be cast twice. As I said, chance for Bone Splinters to be cast twice, 30.5%. Pretty effing good, right? And you could also get the aspect of the Moonrise, if you wanted to. I don't have the Veiled Crystals to put the aspect on. Fantastic. We'd love to see that. Which means we get the upper... Ether Fiends. But is this? This is a Bone Spirit build. That's Bone Spiriting out, and just using Bone Spirit to shoot up Bone Splinters, and then with Bone Splinters it just bone stuff. Now it feels somewhat less clunky. The interesting part is I can just use my basic skills to use up some resource to reduce the cooldown. So that's like the thing. If you get into a resource snack, I can just use the Reeb or whatever to reduce the cooldown because I will use up some resource, and that will push us over the 100 resource being used to then get us like easily there. What you could also do is you could probably use Pock Lum, because Lum would give you also resource back to guarantee that we could spam. And we actually need to try out Pock Lum if that will work. Okay, let's quickly go out and see if we can do Pock Lum. Shaco has cooldown reduction. We're not using mythics. Mythics are the crutch. Come on, you know that. If I would use Lum. Which one is Lum again? Sig, Thul, Que, Mod, Cry. Lum. Because this would now restore primary resource for emptying my essence globe. And I always empty my essence globe. Right? Walking Devil. See, like now we could somewhat... Because we almost get the resource back. But as soon as I use rapid ossification on that one, we're pretty much in the unthankful position where I burn too much, where I lose too much resource restoration, because it's actually 50 plus. I mean, it's definitely somewhat better, but it makes me think like, yeah, I can make this better for the day-to-day use, right? But I might as well just play Soul Rift in this case and just don't feel so awkward. That makes sense. But no, mythicals. Oh, because mythicals are a crutch often, right? If you can't make a build work without mythicals, then that's already bad. So mythics can support a build, yes, but the build needs to basically work without the mythics. That's just my philosophy. It's totally fine if you have every single mythic under the moon. I personally, for example, don't even have every single mythic. I mean, I have the ones that I need if I then want to use them. But however, you know, cannot expect everyone to have everything only because you're permanently online. Build already, I mean, yeah, the build already works. This is just all about finding out like what we could do to streamline a bit more. I mean, this is just for me to see like for day-to-day business, you know, for non-pit farming. I mean, for pit farming, it's already brilliant. So there's no questions asked about that. Like, is this brilliant for pit farming? Yes, it is brilliant for pit farming. I'm just mucking around to see what I could do. I mean, it would help if I had goddamn veiled crystals, right? So where do we get most veiled crystals from, Chan? Well, we probably have to do another nightmare dungeon, and then we have to do another Legion event. Is this better than Soul Rift? Yes. I mean, we're sitting at like 200 billion damage, and we are missing a 500% damage multiplier. Now, you're going to laugh, Pony, ha ha ha, 500%. No, but it's true. I'm missing a 500% damage multiplier. So, yeah. There's a potential for vastly more damage out there. What's the build called? This is a Shattered Spirit. And the only thing you need to make it work is the Shattered Spirit aspect and 100% crit chance on Bone Spirit. Now that sounds easy, but it's actually somewhat complicated, right, to get to that point. So it's not a beginner build. It's I have played Necro already, and I have farmed some things together, and now I can make this build, right? Because if you don't have Shattered Spirit, don't even try. My good thing is, though, my Shattered Spirit is the lowest roll possible. 390 out of 300%, right? So it could almost not be lower, and that's great. Because that means if you have a better Shattered Spirit aspect, you're instantly going to do double my damage. Yeah, Shattered Spirit goes up to 900% more damage for your Bone Splinters. And I pretty much don't have it at 900%. Missing a couple of uniques with this build. I mean, we have, for example, we played this with Gospel of the Devotee, but you only need that for pitting, for example. So, like a normal offhand does actually do better, right? Fists of Fate are helpful, but not mandatory. The litless wall is the real damage multiplier. However, you can do 1 billion damage without the litless wall, right? What you really want to have is the Crown of Lucian, though. So that is one you would kind of like to have because it's such a free thing to get and do. This was the one I'm looking for. Yeah, I was lucky to pick it up. However, we already cleared pit 80 without a litless wall, right? We could have cleared pit 90 without a litless wall. So the litless wall is pretty much only needed to make your build go monkey, juice, OP, super bonkers. I think we went up to 22 billion damage. Like you can easily go like hundreds of billions damage without the litless wall. If you have a good rolled Shattered Spirit aspect. Just that the litless wall allows you to do it easier, faster, better. What kind of cosmetic are you rocking? This is from Berserk. Is the Berserk cosmetic. Let's see if I can. What did I want it to go for? Yeah, I wanted to do this one. Yeah. See, like how much did we hit the breakpoints? There we go. Yeah, if you triple masterwork it, you don't need it. I can see that. But that would only work if you triple masterwork it and use the Harlequin crest. Okay, we got a Crown of Lucian again, which a greater affix. That's actually really worth it to get a Crown of Lucian as pens instead of that, but you would also lose the basic skill, so it's not good. So we got the Bone Splinters, right, to hit twice, and you would have to masterwork that. And we had the... Oh, we could go for the critical strike chance again. You could go for overpower. You could go for whatever. So let's just put like one thing on it. Doesn't matter. We needed to get ourselves some, like, there's no Legion events, so that's kind of shitty. We got aspect-wise. You could put the Moonrise on that one, just for faster attack speed. What do I have resource-wise? What can I... If like no resource aspect you could gain just like that. So the only way how you could use rapid ossification Okay. The only way how you could use rapid ossification, meaningful, is if you masterwork it twice to get more ranks in rapid ossification, as many as possible, and if you masterwork the macabre skills, right? It's probably the only way how to meaningful get that done.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Otherwise, I don't see it like working out much. I was thinking about like how could we do the rapid ossification scheme? I mean, probably the mythic chest also helps with Shadowfall's death, right? To get another rank. The easiest way to swap the litless wall for Shaco, yeah, but that's not an easy way, sir. Because you gotta have a Shaco first. I mean, step 1, have a Shaco. Step 2, don't have a Shaco. What are you gonna do if you don't have a Shaco? I mean, the easiest way is just hit enemies and get crits and reset your cooldown. Right? That's the easiest way. The problem is that we don't have the resources to try to get the perfect masterworks and everything, right? I simply do not have the resources right now to get it to that way. But I just know how to get there. Right? I know which steps I would have to take to get there. Just masterwork a bit better. Just get a bit luckier in the sign. Right, surely we could get that done very easy. Okay, now let's finish this one up. I will tweak and twerk a bit more around with this, but we wanted to also make the Reap Necro work, right? Chat? I mean, we can certainly check how much lower my... How much lower would my cooldown go if I put on the Harlequin Crest? Oh, we could certainly check that out. You can play all the old builds still, sir. However, they're just vastly inefficient, right? I think the biggest issue is, or the biggest problem you're having here, that it's a seasonal game, right? So Diablo's a seasonal game, and that means not everything that is good will be good, and some builds will forever be lost down the line. And that's just the normal, like, going-ons of a seasonal game. Right? Ooh, I forgot a chaotic rift here. Okay. Well, that dude did a lot of damage to me. Oh, because I'm probably running around without my full resistance. How long till the end of the season? 2 more months, sir. He's absolutely worth hopping in. So we're barely into the season. Oop, that was a lot of veiled crystals just for one dungeon. I like to see it. I'm doing the Bone Splitters, but with Bone Spirit, I can get past 1 second cooldown. I've seen others like Rob and then spamming it nonstop. Is it Masterwork, Rapid Ossification? No. So if you want to, if you really want to have your Bone Spirit be at like be spammable. So what we're talking about, chat. Wait, let me show you. So the end goal would be to achieve this. The problem is that no one tells you what you got to do for the end goal, right? Let me show you. So if you want to use it for farming, you would have to do this here, right? So that's what you're talking about. You see this happening, but no one tells you how do you actually get here, right? So you notice how the spirit is staying in one stable point, right? That's because there's always enough spirit being restored to pretty much keep doing this. However, the only point how you actually get there is by getting the good masterworks. So what we're talking about is this is a Harlequin crest with double masterwork cooldown reduction. This is rapid ossification triple masterworked. And this is a Shroud of the False Death. Considering that you have a triple masterwork rapid ossification together with a Shroud of False Death, that would then bring you at how many ranks of rapid ossification? So I am sitting only at... I'm only sitting at 7 ranks. So that's only 3.5 seconds cooldown reduction. And my Bone Spirit has 7.76 seconds. That's not enough, right? Because rapid ossification works on every 100 essence. Okay, so now I could go for my Harlequin. I think I have a Harlequin. I don't have a Harlequin. I had a Harlequin. Did I not have a Harlequin? Oh, it might be on my hardcore character. I thought I had a Harlequin. So then I don't have a Harlequin to actually test this. That's good. What we could do is we could use a Crown of Lucian because we have a Crown of Lucian here with cooldown reduction, but we also have a Crown of Lucian with a greater affix cooldown reduction, so we could technically use that. See, we have a cooldown reduction Crown of Lucian, and we have a Pans with cooldown reduction Crown of Lucian. That would technically give you more cooldown reduction. I think I have gloves with cooldown reduction as well, so you notice there's a lot of cooldown reduction. You could go for your Pain Gorger's Gauntlets with cooldown reduction, but again, that would be like kind of going away from the actual Pain Gorger's Gauntlets that you want, right? So I have here cooldown reduction Pain Gorger's Gauntlets. Yep. That would obviously be also fantastic to use. I think I have it like even with a max roll here, so... Here, this is obviously the perfect Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, right? Could use that instead of the actual gauntlets, and then I could use different gauntlets, for example. You could go for cooldown reduction, obviously, on this one. I mean, this is 13.9%. But you notice where the big issue here is to really get this lower. What I wonder is more points into the thingy did not get the cooldown down, right? No, more points did not get the cooldown down. You could go away from the Ghastly Bone Spirit 10% crit chance to actually, after Bone Spirit hits an enemy, you generate more essence. That one helps with generally essence restoration. But again, you have to hit an enemy for that. So you notice everything we have to do to actually get this up. Then again, like, do you really need to do this, right? Because if I just take this build into the pit, so we're going to just do a pit 100 now, okay? Because why not? And you're just in the pit, you're king, right? You're doing 100 billions of damage easily. And this is, again, with like a very weak Shattered Spirit aspect, right? Because my Shattered Spirit aspect is extremely low rolled. And yet we are able to just do 100 billions of damage, right? And if I had a better Shattered Spirit, we would do even more. Now, the biggest problem that this build has is it has no unstoppable, right? So you're sitting here, and I'm spamming away, and I'm doing, like, my hundreds of billions of damage, right? But I don't have unstoppable. So I might be an absolute demon on the damage front in the long run, right? And especially if I get my aspect, I'm going to sit at trillions of damage right away. But I have no unstoppable. So you're going to do higher pits, right? But any kind of inconvenience, any kind of crowd control is instantly going to have you annoyed. It's like the general problem with necromancer in most of the builds, because necromancer just has no native form of unstoppable. You can over runes do something unstoppable wise. Oh, what? You know what? I'm missing quacks. I'm wondering where's my high damage. I'm missing quacks. So yeah, you can do things unstoppable wise, but it's always like tricks, right? It's never like very sustainable. To put quacks on for this. You're running Blood Mist also. You can do Blood Mist, definitely, but it's the same issue as with actually, like, just waiting out the unstoppable. You have to use it. Right? So you have to actively sit there, use the Blood Mist, lose your attack speed, not be as quick as you could be, and then it just feels awkward. Do you have Blood Mist? Yeah, but Blood Mist is shit. Blood Mist interrupts the whole flow of the Necromancer's gameplay. I mean, like, you act like that I don't know that we have Bloodless and that Bloodless is not shit. You know Blood Mist is shit. By the way, this is the difference between having the Quox rune or not. Like, notice how much faster they suddenly die because you get another 100% bonus damage consistently. Like, don't pretend it's not shit to go into Blood Mist. While other classes have skills, they just press and become unstoppable without having to go into a mist of blood. Don't you dare be that one guy. No, it's shit. You're better off just not getting hit. However, if you feel like you want to have Blood Mist because you're getting annoyed by the CC, it is definitely an opportunity to go for. Yes. No matter if it's clunky. At least it is unstoppable. Yes. Okay, so do you have resource gen attacks restore primary resource? No. So right now we only have that casting Bone Spirit or gives me resource. And obviously the Bone Splinters themselves, due to the Shattered Spirit aspect, give you resource, okay? Those are the two sources of resource restoration currently. Right? Shattered Spirit. And I might accidentally still be playing. Oh shit, I'm missing my overpower damage, chat. No wonder we're not seeing any 200 billion, because I'm also playing with the wrong aspect up there. So we're just nerfing ourselves to make the pit 100 more interesting. I knew it from the beginning. So yeah, and you're obviously spamming away your resource with a Pox rune, and then Quox is being triggered, and every cast of your Bone Spirit does restore your resource because you're casting Macabre skills over the casting Macabre skills temper. And then when your Bone Splinters hit, they're also restoring resource, and that's your whole resource restoration shtick, pretty much. And since Bone Spirit doesn't care if it's cast with full resource or empty resource, you can just always cast Bone Spirit anyways, right? The only reason you want full resource is that if you're casting bone skills with full resource, they do more damage. AKA your bone splinters are also going to be doing more damage if you consistently replenish your resource and have full resource. Right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the clunky build with the worst Shadow Spirit aspect still does pit 100. Ta-da, ladies and gentlemen. So again, Shadow Spirit 390 out of 900 possible percent. So this build, already king in its weakest form. That's beautiful. Kind of cute. F-word, thank you for the 86 months of subscription. Zero also, plus Jeffers. Very good to see you there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome everyone on this beautiful Monday. New week has started. And we're playing some more Diablo, because I wanted to make both basic skill builds shine today. Yes, there are 2 basic skill builds, chat. And yes, we will have a video covering them each. I'm probably going to make one. I'm not sure if we have to make one for the Shattered Spirit alone, or if I'm going to do one for both builds, because obviously, it might be worth to put them both in. And again, the Shattered Spirit is such a finicky thing at times, especially when you need to explain people that they'll never reach infinite cast, right? It's one of the builds that's going to make people sad because they know they'll never reach this like infinite cast stage, because the infinite cast stage is snake oil. Unless you really want to invest a lot of time into the game, right? Now the question rather is, how strong can we have the Minion build be without all the cool bonus ranks to skeletal warriors? I mean, infinite cast can do min-max necro. I mean, you can reach that stage, but you really have to go at it, right? Board games. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to throw together the build and then we're going to do this cool infinite casting boat. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not going to just throw it together. All right, you're going to have to make the build, and then you have to get the greater affixes, and then you have to make sure that your tempers are hitting, right? Not like a let's just throw it together scenario. Not like you do with Pulverized Druid, where you're like, okay, I'm just going to put a Rotten Lightbringer on the Pulverized Druid. Oh, yep, pit 100, done. Great. You know? It's not one of these case scenarios. Let's play the Reap Necro. No, you're probably going to play the Soul Rift Necro until you get to that point. The Soul Rift Necro is probably the easiest one to pull off. You could probably do the Reap Necro for leveling. Then go for the Soul Rift Necro, as that's just easier to play for farming. And Soul Rift is just beautiful farming build. Could you stop CCing me? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. He has it done. We have one. Wonder still how I managed to run out of cooldown versus him. You know? $246 billion. You know, if I now have my actual overpower army of the like my overpower what do I want to say? Yeah, Book of the Dead sacrifice. I would be doing the proper damage. Oh, we almost died. Interesting. It's actually queued. The lucky hit chance did not suffice to get us fully armored up. Interesting. Don't stand in the poison, otherwise you die. Don't stand in the poison, otherwise you die. I'm being molested by a giant tree, Mom. Mom, the giant tree is hurting me. Yeah, right there. It's pooping with poison. It's funny that the Pain Gorger's gauntlets are actually causing so much stun. Because the Pain Gorger's gauntlets, they currently have a lucky hit chance to stun, right? And since you lucky hit a lot, you're kind of like stunning a lot with this. Looks like you're having such fun. This is what playing game for money instead of fun looks like. Completely dead inside. Wow, and you're calling yourself charismatic koala? You should try to read people better, sir. Okay, let's upgrade the Dominate to the full. That was Pit 100 done, chat, so ta-da. Let's save the build, put everything in the box of riches, and then go for the next one. One thing we have to do is we have to clear the box of riches. Because after making 5 characters, 7 different builds, 8 different builds at this point, my box of riches is getting crowded. So let's kick that out. Let's go for... I'm gonna have a bunch of like random shit that I will never need. So I guess we're just gonna sort this out right now. And unless I need it like for the Soul Rift build or something, right? Done. So 5 builds in Druid that smack Pit 100 in under 5 minutes. Honestly, like Druid has been an absolute like powerhouse. Good. So we're gonna have to save this. This is the save for Bone Spirit. And then we're gonna go for... the Reap. So what are we doing with the Reap, ladies and gentlemen? For the Reap, you don't actually need that much, which is the interesting part. So just to make it basically work, okay? So we're talking about the absolute basics. We are, instead of leveling up the Bone Splinters, now we're going to be putting the points into a Reap. Okay, so pump the Reap up. Then we still need some points into Corpse Creation, but not too much. We need more Essence. We have this for the bonus damage multiplier, and then we're going to put the points into Skeletal Warrior Mastery. We can take our Bone Prison to actually say enemies inside Bone Prison when cast are made vulnerable and take 15% increased damage, which is kind of nice. Then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, actually 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. We are getting the Death Embrace, and we get ourselves the Curse as always. We're not going for Skeletal Mage Mastery because we're not playing them. We get the Slide Healed because why not? We do the Shadow Damage because we're gonna have our... Because they use Reap, right? And Reap is Shadow Damage, so actually going for the Shadow Damage stuff works on the Reap. We can use the Standalone because it's only being reduced per minion, okay? So the Standalone actually works as we don't have the maximum amount of... What is it called again? The maximum amount of skeletal warriors. We're not playing Kellen's Edict. That's useless. But what we're playing is Rathma's Vigor. Because our skills are guaranteed critical strike overpowers. So Rathma's Vigor actually works. Now you're going to take your skeletal warriors and you... Do you have to use the Reapers? No, you're probably going to do for an additional skirmisher. Yeah. Because it just says, the spirit ability just says your skeletal warriors. Yeah, so you don't actually need that. Then we need the skeletal warriors together with the Grim Reapers, and we can take our still potion drinking because the bonus attack speed goes to them too, and Brawn over Brains for the overpower damage. And now instantly, if you're actually putting in the skeletal warriors, it's working. That's it. It's already working. I need points into Bone Storm. The 20% crit chance is technically useless because your dudes are always having 100% crit chance. So technically you could save yourself a point there. Which has me have actually points over to spend that we could just use for damage reduction, or we could just use that for fortify. We could get some more spiked armor. It's all like, you know, whatever we feel like. There's not much more to use. Oh, we could use the, here, Blood Mist. Probably, yeah. That gives critical strike damage. That's cool. Yeah, Blood Mist actually works. And then we could go for some more armor if we want to. Is ARPGs your favorite video genre? No, I don't actually like ARPGs. I just like certain games that are ARPGs, but I don't like ARPGs. Okay. It sounds so weird, but it is what it is. Okay. Now, we could use our maximum resource thingy. Yep. That one we could just use. Because Aspect of the Moonrise, for example. So I think we might have to temper this one from... Yeah, you can go for Reap to hit twice. Yep. Cool, cool. And you are able to... That's the big question. Can we keep the Crown of Lucian? I mean, we can keep the Litless Wall, so that's a safe call. But we gotta try it without the Litless Wall. We can actually drop the Fists of Fate, so those are not needed. We can keep our Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, probably. Because that's 7 ranks to the Reap. That should give us more damage. We need to get rid of the Crown of Lucian because we need other boots. I need boots. Why do I need boots? Because I need boots that have... I'm not sure if I kept boots like this because I knew I might need them down the line. I need boots with Skeletal Warrior Mastery. Armor and movement speed. And then you're going to have to re-roll the final stat, the corpse skills. Oh, I don't have the Veil Crystals to do that. Yeah, great. I remember. So you technically need Skeletal Warrior Mastery, right? For that as well. And we would need a normal helm with also Skeletal Warrior Mastery. I forget that we don't have the resources to do that right now. I got another maximum resource helmet? Holy moly. You know, I might as well just use that maximum resource helmet for the time being. Actually, you know what? I need to keep the Litless Wall. Wilt Boss? No, I need a Legion event. I wonder if the Pain Gorgers could stay. The Pans could stay as well, technically. I wonder if the Crown of Lucian does work 2. Since I can't exchange the other items, we just keep these set up like this right now, because I cannot, for the love of God, exchange the other items. Yeah, it looks a bit weird, chat, but it is what it is. And then we get that. So we have these sacrificed for the overpower, and that sacrificed for the crit. Now we gotta kick out all the paragon points, because obviously we need to get more different paragon boards. So you need to get yourself the overpower paragon board. Need to get ourselves the essence glyph. That's 59 points. Then we go for the wither board, because your skeletal dudes are again using Reap. Frankenpower, thank you for the raid and greetings to your community. Hope you had a splendid stream and a lot of fun. Technically, we don't need that point. Okay, we're gonna go into Debt Razor. Not Debt Razor. Leader. Sorry, brain, not braining. We're gonna turn it like this because you can actually go into the intelligence from here. Obviously don't have Debt Razor leveled because we didn't play minions too much. Then you can go to the middle for the summon attack speed, right? And we could go for the cult leader on the top. Now you can either go from here over, take all of these, but then we could actually go here from the bottom in. It's going to be easier if we get the full intelligence out. Yeah, probably. And then we can leave the board on the tippity top to go into the bloodbath board. And bloodbath board is possible from the side. Why bloodbath? Because we're doing overpower. That one is getting the Gravekeeper then. Gravekeeper. Actually, yeah, Gravekeeper should still work. Or Abyssal. And then we're going to go for the Frailty board. The boards are actually somewhat the same to the other build, with the only difference that we're not having the Eliminator running right now. Okay. Now we can also go out on the bottom here, because then you're going to go over to the other board. And we could go for Eliminator if I want to. Just pump out the intelligence, right? So, ta-da. Let's see how that works. Pit 80 first, because we need to level up the Debt Razor. It should technically instantly work. I should give you boots? No, 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 no. No handing outs. We're going to see the current builds. We don't have planner for these two builds, as we have been just throwing together whatever we could find in our resources to make this, right? So, like, 13 billion damage, chat. Look at them. So, again, just like, you know, thrown together. 21 billion. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, skeletons, more, more. So we're probably not even meeting the 100% attack speed that we need for these skeletons to go crazy. Like, I mean, attack speed wise, we are sitting at... Oh, no, actually, we are at 100% attack speed. That's cool. That's pretty PogChamp. Wait, instantly skeletons going crazy. And this is without, like, like, you can get 14 more ranks to Skeletal Warrior Mastery, right? So you gotta consider this. It's the crazy part. 14 more ranks to Skeletal Warrior Mastery are missing. Do you not want +3 boots? No, I would like to have 3 boots if I had them myself here right now, my friend. But I don't need the boots to present the build working, if that makes sense. It's often better for build guides at this point to not have the boots, because it kind of hammers the point home how good the build actually is by just being able to play it with shoddy gear. You know? I mean, I pretty much have the lowest Shattered Spirit aspect you could imagine, and yet I can do like 300 billion damage. Right? I wonder how the warriors are going to feel in Infernal Hordes. Right? How are the warriors going to feel? In Infernal Horde. They're slow but deadly. Well, you just gotta zoom faster over the battlefield because they kind of like teleports the minions behind you, right? You're always just gonna head first into danger, pull the danger together, go into your blood mist, then pull the danger together and have your skeletons just sit in the middle. Again, what the build is lacking is a kill here, kill this button, right? We need an absolute, like, this is, like, ta-da, you got deleted. Oh, I got killed by something. How unfortunate. Wow. My biggest defense is right now, by the way, the Blood Mist, right? So how do I not die by Blood Misting and having my skeletons attack while we're Blood Misting? You just gotta be aware that you can't travel too much in your Blood Mist, because if you travel too much in your Blood Mist, what's going to happen is that you're kind of disabling your skeletons from attacking because you're moving too much. Right? Okay. I like how it works. Oh, I wonder if we should play Occult Dominion. We should probably play Occult Dominion, right? Maybe 2 more skeletons. Streamer's playing Blood Mist. I mean, for this build, it's not a damage minus because we're just in the Blood Mist. However, it is actually a damage minus because sometimes your minions just stop attacking when you're in Blood Mist. Ah, beautiful. So that was you destroying things. Dat Razor almost leveled up. Yeah, I think we should probably put a Cult Dominion on. Yeah. That'd be 2 more skeletons, right, John? I mean, right now we're playing the Crown of Lucian, and I don't actually know if the Crown of Lucian is working. I think it only works if we actually use up some spirit in between, right? But we had obviously some random boots here. We get those boots randomly. And they were supposed to have the Occult Dominion aspect. I do not have enough veiled crystals to do that. That is not cool. We're just running around here and we're just consistently out of veiled crystals to play the game. We can kill the boss quickly, the Beast of Ice. Is this a build in progress? Is there a planner for it? Tomorrow you're going to have both planners for both builds. Right now we're pretty much like making do with what we have to kind of like just make the builds work, right? I want to see like how minimalistic can I go and still have the builds work, right? The answer is tons of minimalistic. Occult Dominion is a must. Well, I just cleared a pit 80 without Occult Dominion. Right? It's just that Occult Dominion makes things even stronger. Oh, wow. Ow. That killed me, unfortunately. How much Ressis do I have out of pure interest? Ah, yeah, that explains something. Well, that explains something, at least that, I guess. Just pick up some more of these resistance notes to make sure. 20 is resistanced out. I'm sorry, chat. Not being fully resistant out. Dude, he just gets beaten. Ah, beautiful. We need more veiled crystals. So we could probably do a pit 90 already, right, John? Just that our own survivability is relatively low. Yeah, gem fragments. No, I don't want gem fragments. I want let guards. Why let guards? Because they can also have utility aspects. Now, again, it's unlikely that I'm getting the utility aspect I'm looking for. But it would be wholesale stupid to not try to look for those, right? Okay, let's get the aspect leveled up. Pit 85 out of interest. We get the Occult Dominion now, so we have 2 more skeletons, guys. We did it with 5 before. Now we have all the skeletons. Oh, this is so funny. The only sad part is that you have like really no influence over your actual damage, right? So like you're in, right? It's fun. Like you see your skeletons doing things. You get like no influence over the damage. Like you can't do like make them attack faster. Like place minions do attack here. I can pretty much just put my bone prison down, pull things into the bone prison, and then watch the proceedings of what happens. It's funny though on this pit tier at least because you see things just instantly die, right? Are you doing a full cast of Blood Mist or canceling it? Depends. I mean, since Blood Mist doesn't start counting until you are actually out of it, I'm waiting pretty much for my minions to be there, that when I pop out of Blood Mist, I am not like in the open alone, because that's the problem. If I pop out of my Blood Mist and I'm alone, right, my minions haven't engaged yet, then I will just die. My Blood Mist is your one tool of survival. Otherwise, I will just heal over and just get damaged, right? So we pretty much need Blood Mist. Also, the Blood Mist cast itself only lasts for 4 seconds. So optimally, you want to cast Blood Mist every 4 seconds for Blood Mist to give you the meaningful bonus damage that you're looking for, right? Because Blood Mist does give you bonus crit chance, but it also gives you 10% damage multiplier on your crit damage. So that's kind of like why we're consistently Blood Misting. Right? Do you run Kalen's Edict or Rathmas on this? Rathmas, Kalen's Edict does work, but you only have 7 minions. 7 times 3 is 21% attack speed and 21% damage, while the Rathmas Vigor is 100% bonus overpower damage. So that 100% bonus overpower damage is obviously nice. Technically, if your skeletons would shoot bone splinters, you could use the bone ultimate. But obviously, your skeletons here are using a shadow scale. So that's that. The maximum damage you're getting with Rathmas Vigor. And that is going here vastly smoother with the Occult Dominion. I mean, having 2 more minions is just 2 more minions. What's there to say about it, right? It's 2 more dudes who have a chance to actually use the Reeb, so obviously it's stronger. Who would have guessed? How's the season going? Pretty good. I mean, I thought I was done, but then I couldn't resist making these 2 necromancer builds because they're just so funny, right? I mean, they're seriously hilarious how good these are with minimal investment, right? I mean, I pretty much like, I have like, you just need a shot of Arathiel for this, I'd say. You actually don't need anything. Let's be fair. You could play this build right away. Just get your skeletons, get the skeletons use Reeb and the basic skill. That's it. Everything else is just making it stronger. But if you just have the, like here, you got unstable power, 100% bonus damage. Skeletons use Reeb, 150% bonus damage. Then Brawn over Brains, another 125%. Shot of Rathiel is 135%. Adaptability is another 122%. I mean, hell, I'm playing my Bone Spirit Amulet still, which is stupid, right? Because I could get way more damage if I wasn't using the Bone Spirit Amulet. Right? I'm also using the wrong Quox rune right now. Because I should use Ahu Quox. So this build is like not even at the, like there's so much more damage that we could weasel out of this right now. And it's actually illegal how much more damage we could weasel out of this. So let's actually weasel that out of this. And also let's try how good a Infernal Horde will feel. Okay, so now Death Razor is leveled up. That means we get the 5% bonus damage. Okay. So. We need a different amulet. Not one with attack speed. That doesn't work. When I would need another intelligence amulet, I guess. Here. Take that one. We want to temper on it. What would we like to temper on this? The thing is, you need a resource back. Right? So, technically, you could play the Macabre Skills Restore Primary Resource. You could actually technically play that. Because if we're using the Quux rune, you in between need to get... Yeah, actually, it will work. I could probably just keep this amulet for the time being. And then we just have to move around the aspect of adaptability. And we just have the aspect of reanimation. So I can use the both like similar gear sets just for this. We have Moonrise, adaptability, and curse. Damned. Aspect of the damned. So this is all like just bonus damage, right? We still don't have the Skeletal Warriors on here because it's just too expensive to do that. We have the bonus basic skills, and we need a helmet also with Warrior Mastery. Ultimately, I would take my boots. We would roll until we have Skeletal Warrior Mastery. I doubt I'll see that. Nope. We need another Legion event soon. So now let's do a Pit 90. Oh, wait, with a Quux rune. Get the Quux rune. Correct. Quux is currently on Chuck. Like it's Chuck. And then Quux goes on Ahu because we lucky hit a lot. Then we would need the... This doesn't matter. Let's do Pit 90. Sir, I'm the Diablo police. This build is illegal in 20 states. It is. Yes, sir. So let's see how much more damage we get now, right? So we get like some high billion hits in between. Pull them all together. See, like that's 207 billion now, chat. So with the right aspects put on and without like playing my Bone Spirit aspects, because that's the thing, we're just playing the aspects from the Bone Spirit build. But look at that. And this is again without the ranks to Skeletal Warrior Mastery. Why are the ranks to Skeletal Warrior Mastery so important? Because they act as a damage multiplier. Okay? They made this go absolutely crazy. Oh, I am out of life and everything. So they would, the 14 ranks would give you another... I think 140% bonus damage or something around that. Sounds cool, right? Who wouldn't want to have like another huge chunk of bonus damage? Yeah, we just went from double digit to triple digit. Hits. I guess we could probably hit in the trillions, huh? Most likely. Wonder if this feels better than the Bone Spirit and Infernal Hordes, though. The big question, right? Pull them all together, unleash your skeletons on them. Could you please read that guy? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Beautiful. It's really a big, I gotta look out that I don't randomly die to some random bullshit, right? But usually you can keep alive. What do we think, Chad? Pit 100 possible with the shoddy setup again? What pit is this? Oh, this is pit 90. But this is also pit 90 with like minimum efficiency version of the build, right? The minimal efficiency version of the build. I wonder if you could make Gospel of the Devotee work with this one, technically. Because, I mean, the Gospel would work on the basic skills that you dudes are using. However, like, for that, I would actually have to use a basic skill myself. And I don't think the Gospel does anything for the Reap. What does Reap do? Reap attacks 10% faster. Nah. I mean, for Gospel, like for the 101 billion, 147 billion, da-da-da. So, would you like to have this be 2 separate videos, chat? Or should this be 2 builds in 1 video? Beautiful. See, but it is slower than the Bone Spirit build, because in the Bone Spirit build, we can influence how fast we kill by just spamming Bone Spirit faster, right? So that's obviously what you can do. And in the Minion build, I cannot influence how fast I kill by attacking faster, because I can, matter of fact, not attack faster. See, right now, oh, wow, I wanted to say my mana gets empty so I can show you something, but my mana didn't go empty. I couldn't show you something. Okay, let's see how one Infernal Horde is going solo, and then we're going to invite the community to join us for some Infernal Hordes. Does that sound good, chat? Get ourselves a pair of boots that have nothing on it. We're still looking for a better Shattered Spirit aspect. Okay, Infernal Horde, Solo Dolo. Yeah, Bone Spirit is definitely a faster clear. However, Marcus, you also need more for it, right? However, as soon as you have the Bone Spirit, you also have the pieces for the Reap. However, while you're building the Reap, you could easily then build into the Bone Spirit, because obviously the Reap requirements are the same as the Bone Spirit requirements. So technically you're doing yourself a favor by making each of the builds, right? I'm just gonna be standing here and doing nothing. Because the problem will be directing them here, right? I need my skeletons here and not somewhere else. I'll kill someone there. My itch is working. Ein Maßband. Ist wahrscheinlich in der Garage. Warum? Was funktioniert nicht? You tried Battlefield 6. Did you like it? I've tried Battlefield 6. I did like it. But I'm like not interested in just gaming Battlefield 6, right? Because it would devolve in a bunch of, oh, this is the best gun video. Oh no, this is the best gun video. Oh no, this is the best gun video. It's boring. How do I say this? It's very boring. It's definitely not faster than the Shattered Spirit in the Infernal Hordes. However, it's very convenient to play because I don't really have to like look for any cooldowns or anything, right? So we're just killing things, and I could play this together with other people, right? So this is something very important to say. Like, I could play this together with other people. Whereas, like, the Shadowed Spirit, unless you have the very, very, very good version of the Shadowed Spirit, does not play well with other people. Are you going to play Titan Quest 2? Are we already finished Titan Quest 2 Chapter 2? And made the best build? Come on now. Brother, who do you think we are? Aha, you thought you had me, but you don't. You're dead. Wow, he just got one hit. Poor Butcher just get drive by one hit. Absolutely smashed. To make this is the best stats video, to be honest. It's the same? No, sir, it's not. In order to make a good gun build in Battlefield, you need like 2 brain cells. It's not really hard, right? I mean, there's just no challenge in making these kind of videos in shooter games. And it's not like you need to be specifically super talented to make like decent gun builds or anything. It's not like the systems are in any way hard to go over with. And it's really like, how do I say this now? It's really boring to explain because it's like, okay, you put on this attachment and this attachment makes that your recoil is like 1 pixel better than with the other attachment. Yay. There's zero challenge in doing any content like that, right? There's zero personal growth. That's just not intriguing at all. That's where other games just have more depth. I mean, shooter games just don't have the level of depth, like in any kind of that. Sorry. No more PoE 2 videos. Well, we will do more PoE 2, but there's just nothing to do. I mean, we're pretty much waiting for 04. We might do another solo self-found challenge depending on how much other games are releasing and how much idle time we have in between. I think the next weeks we'll see a bunch of different variety of games. So we might do some PoE, we might do some No Rest for the Wicked because people have forgotten about it. So I think like you're gonna be surprised like how many different games you're gonna be getting, right? You're not the OG shooter streamer as before. Lotus, I'm a Hearthstone streamer. So, yeah. Bye, I guess. I was never an OG shooter streamer. It was just a stint. I'm sorry that me not liking or wanting to do Battlefield offends you for some reason. Have you tried Grim Dawn? The thing I don't play Grim Dawn because it looks old and ugly. That's the only reason. It's not because Grim Dawn is bad or it has shitty gameplay or anything. Like, it's just old and looks ugly. So I don't like it because it looks old. Oh my goodness, I sound like a terrible person, chat. Oh no. I'm sorry. I have preferences. I have graphical needs. Please don't judge me. Yeah, I want my games to look the part as I'm playing them. Okay, both builds, Bone Spirit and the minions are definitely worse than Soul Rift for anything but the pit. But it works. Chat. It works. Which build is this? Oh, this is the Reap Reap Warrior build. So what you see on the screen happening here is your skeletal warriors are attacking and they have a chance to use a Reap. Okay? And your job is it at this point to make your warriors hit as fast as possible and hit as hard as possible with Reap. Okay? That's why you're boosting all the basic skill damage, all the basic skill damage uniques, and all that kind of stuff that makes basic skills stronger. That's what you're using. And then your dudes are just going bonkers. And they have guaranteed overpowers with every hit. Because chaotic perks, that's crazy. And therefore, you're sitting here and you're absolutely sending everyone back to the lobby. The problem is, the only attack speed that you have is the 100% attack speed on your skeletons, right? And you can't pretty much spam faster than that. So you're going to be going around and your skeletons are attacking and that's the damage they're dealing. And you just got to wait for it to pretty much happen, right? Let's see how Chaos Wave works. What's your thoughts on the Bone Splinter build? So the Bone Splinter build is very unsuited for for anything but the pit, unless you have like too much money, masterwork materials, and common sense. Then you can obviously make it work good for Infernal Hordes as well. So the problem is that for the Bone Spirit build to work, you actually need to hit enemies, right? And if you're not hitting enemies, you're not getting your things restored. Now you can obviously, oops, I was not planning to die there. You can obviously make the build also work without that. However, in order to do that, you really need a lot of good masterworks and everything, right? So it's a very good build. It's amazing. It's fun to play, like functionally great. But in order to have it then excel and pop off like crazy, that it works in every piece of content, like you have to put a lot into it. If there's a way to make minions unstoppable, yeah. Wouldn't that be fantastic? The Bone Splitter build is really great, and I think like it's one of the aspirational builds to build into, right? So there are builds you do to get to a certain point, and then there are builds you build to dominate later on, and that's really where the Bone Splinters is there for, right? To have a build to then go crazy. Okay, Mr. Bartuk. Back to the lobby. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have needs. I have needs of you. Would you like to play some Infernal Hordes with me? Because I need materials to make my characters better. Therefore, I would like to invite you to spend some time with me in the Infernal Hordes. How does that sound? Katie is already on board. If you would like to join, give me your BattleNet ID and we can get you invited. Katie, what are you playing? Oh, Katie, you're a druid. You're mad. Oh, goodness. No, you're not. You're not. I thought you were a... What is it called again? Pulverize. No, you're ravens. Ooh. Okay, what do we get? We get a ring of sacrilegious souls, even as a chaos armor, and another crown of Lucian. I will never want to see the ring of sacrilegious souls. So we got Marvelous to join us. What we can try out with the community again is actually something beautiful, and you know what that would be, Chad. Marvelous. If you get invited, just invite yourself into the team, okay? We're going to try to do 6-wave hordes again, together with the community. And try to turn 6-wave hordes into 666 ether. Right? And we are full. Look at us. Absolute gamers. What do we have here? We got a Malfurion with our Stormcrow. Double Stormcrow. Marvelous. Sorry, we're full. Sind mixed himself in. And we got a... Oh, we actually have a necromancer too. Ooh. So, where are we stuck now? 6er hordes. Let's see if we can do a 6er. Getting a 6er to 666 is really hard. Don't worry, we'll do more of this. I think we'll play some more tomorrow because they're like... We'll have to see if we can take these builds all the way. Because I kind of want to see what happens if you have the right pieces, right? Okay, let's wait for the gang. Puffing masses. Good start. Good start. Not the perfect start for a 6-star wave, but it's fine. We can make it work. Anchored masses is also good because you actually get soul spires out of it, right? The Hellfire is usually not going to work well. That's the comparison now to the Necromancer to the Druids, right? The Druid just goes around, hits the whole screen because of Cataclysm, and then on top of hitting the whole screen, you have the Ravens to instantly descend, while I pretty much have to wait for my skeletons to walk somewhere and kill something, right? I mean, if my skeletons then are there and kill something, then it instantly dies, so that's kind of good. It still has to happen, right? Who of you has already brought a 6-wave horde to 666 ether, chat? Could we just do 8-wave hordes? Yes, but this is just way more interesting. You know? I like the challenge of making it happen. Because obviously getting a 6-wave horde to 666 is child's play, right? There's not a challenge there. But getting the... Another Ether Lord, yes. But getting it like with less. So much more interesting. I mean, it's not like I need actual Chaos Armor, right? I do have all the Chaos Armor I need. However, you can always get more greater affixes, I guess. Oh, Cataclysm, yeah, I know, Katie. You're playing the without version. I've seen that. Because you're not playing the beautiful Gatlin's Birthright. You're not the human version. When I do an 8, I often have a 666 by around 6, but when I do 6, I get garbage options. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, sir. And it sucks. Okay, we obviously need to go for Chaos Wave. And hope that we don't get a Garbo Chaos Wave. Oh, Hellworms. My issue with Hellworms is that you can't really make it much faster, right? So no matter how quick you kill things, they're only spawning that fast, right? Sure, you could instantly kill the Hellworms at every given corner by positioning like all your characters in every given corner, so it instantly is taken care of. It's only going to ever be that fast. Is the human or the bear form of Ravens better? Well, currently the #1 Raven player is a human form Raven, right? I prefer the human form because I like the intricacies of it more. I like the way how it mercs more, the trick behind it, right? Both are strong. And in the grand scale of things, okay, so how do I say this now? I mean, like, you're not trying to get to pit 130, are you? Okay, so in the grand scheme of things, in the grand scheme of, like, I farm Helltides, I farm Infernal Hordes, I try to do pit 100, it doesn't matter which one of the two versions you're playing. We need to go for the Fiendish Legions. 4 more Lords. Okay, we're at 330 ether, wave 4. We need to go like up to 450 at this point. Am I just standing AFK here? Yeah. Am I? Yeah. I don't understand your question. Everything is fine. No, like if we get 450 now, I think 666 is guaranteed, right? Immo Cataclysm is faster and Bear's tankier, pretty much. What else are you streaming, Quinn? I stream to YouTube, vertical and horizontal, and to Twitch. Plus Kick, but let's be fair, Kick is only running in the background. And I'm like... So it's really funny. Kick has this partnership program, okay? Where you get paid per viewer. And I actually don't have anyone watching me on Kick. Apart from, Kick is filled with bots, okay? With weird bots. And these weird bots come to your channel and they're like, hey, do you want to get 1,000 viewers? Join my Discord. Or, hey, join my Telegram. Or whatever. The funny part is that running the Kick on the side while being in the program, I'm making $50 per month. just from random ass bots joining the stream, right? And just promoting their weird whatever. Join the group. Like, I got finance tips for you. Do you want graphics for your stream, right? It doesn't matter. I don't know if I remember correctly, but wasn't there a Minion Splinter build once? No, it's not a Splinter build. There is a Minion. There is a Minion Bone Spear build. Here. Minions shoot out Bone Spears. And Splinters. Actually, it's Bone Spears and Splinters, right? Here, every 6 attack, your Bone Mages cast Bone Splinters or Bone Spear. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. We made the 666 ether. Yabba dabba doo. Pretty good. You're German. Yes, Kato, I'm German. Born in Germany, raised in Germany, living in Germany. Germany, woo! So which guide would you like to see first, guys? Splinters or Warriors? Which one are you more interested in tomorrow? I gotta do a video tomorrow, so I gotta decide which one I want to do. And either it's gonna be Splinters or it's gonna be Warriors. By the way, the actual material chest did not give you crystals. Did it give you crystals? I'm seeing at 424 veiled crystals, but the Infernal Hordes, they don't give you veiled crystals or just the material chest. Because last time it looked like it just gave me Opticine. We only get better at talking English, speaking English, if you actually speak English, right? It's always the conundrum with us Germans. We have a bunch of Germans who actually understand English very well, but they don't speak much English, so they don't actually improve their English speaking. Because you don't train, right? You don't put the repetitions in. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. First 666 out there. Damn, that's a bunch of greater affix items that I don't ever need, but hey, here we go. Okay, what do I get? I get an X-Felt that I don't need. I get a random helmet. We got a weapon, we got a ring, we got a weapon, we got a helmet with, that's actually good, and we got the Hand of Naz. Any good druid builds that stay in human form? I like the Starcraft skin, but it's useless in any other form. Yes, Gabriel, the Raven Druid. The Raven Druid stays in human form. Okay, that's 41 Veil Crystals. Dude, I need so much more. Okay, we're gonna do one eighter too, so I can put more into the other chests so I can get more Veil Crystals from disenchanting. Fine. Game is forcing me to farm Veil Crystals, Chan. How the mighty have fallen, ladies and gentlemen. How the mighty have fallen. I guess if I would do more Legion events, it would be good. Exalted Hordes. Let's go. I understand English perfectly, but when I have to talk to someone, I feel like a 5-year-old. It only feels like that. A lot of times, Germans sound very weird in English because our grammar is different, okay? And you're trying to say English things with German grammar, and you sound like you're imbecilic, stupid idiot. However... Oh, mein Schatz, was ist los? Omelette. Ach, ich wollte Raclette machen. Ja. Hallo? Ja. Hast du denn die Mama schon gefragt? Er hat auch ja gesagt? Ach so. Hast du gefragt? Ja, eine Stunde. Wenn das in Ordnung ist. Okay, sorry. That was Tiny Hop number 2. That was our newly minted 5-year-old, ladies and gentlemen, who actually is going to school next year. Because she wants to, not because we're forcing her to. She could technically stay in kindergarten another year, but she's actually too far for that. We don't want her to evolve backwards. We're gonna have 2 children in school. Yikes. Life moves too fast. It's so big. She's actually bigger than her sister at that point, which is interesting. No, when you have 2 children and you have your benchmark pretty much. So child 1 was this tall and thick at this age, and child 2 is now exceeding these values. That's a problem. That's different. I can't deal with that. Ooh. Ether Goblins or Puffing Masses? I would prefer Puffing Masses, if I'm honest with you, over Ether Goblins, right? For some reason, Germans often say, how is it called instead of wood for some reason? Yeah, well, we're not encouraged to say what. In Germany, you don't say what, you say wie bitte. Because what is for the streets. Wie bitte is like, then your mom doesn't punch you over your mouth. Pretty much. No, we don't. We should. Okay, Delamore, we should say wie bitte instead of what. You're not required to advance from kindergarten after 1 year. No, so Germany, welcome to Germany and its rules, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you a short introduction to moving from kindergarten to school. So technically, you are in kindergarten until the age of 6, and then after that year, you would go into school. However, that comes down to when you're born. So if you're born in the months from January to August, September, like, you know, you're flipping over, like you turn 6 from August to September, and then you can go to school. But if you're actually born in October, November, and December, you are a maybe child. So you are maybe not moving. Right? And then you turn 6 years old in November, but the school application is already over, so you're then going to school when you're 7 plus already. Right? And that's like, yeah, how it works pretty much. So you get to go later. Do you tell her she's a maybe child? Yes, she knows, Regizo. We're no hyper parents. I don't need to force my child to do something they don't want to do. The sales guys were so formal it drove you crazy. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being formal in the right setting, right? And my wife and I, we and sir each other in public, but that's just because we're funny. It makes more sense in German than Mammensuring. Like it's hard to, like, you know, to bring that into a proper English understanding. I think Germans understand if you're as weird as me. Yeah, the wife and I act like we don't know each other in public when people ask, yeah, and people look at me weird. I'm just like, why are you mamming your wife? And it's like, yeah, you know, you just do that. Important. What's smoother overall? Bone Spirit versus Minion. So both can clear Pit 100 easily, JD. Okay. The problems, quotation mark, problems with Minions is you need boots and helmet open slot. Okay. So this is very important. Your Minions, since Skeletal Warrior Mastery is something that's available on boots and helmets, you can't have a litless wall as your helmet or your build is instantly weaker or you can't be maxed out, right? You can't have we're not actually playing a Fist of Fate, but you couldn't have a Fist of Fate as your things as well. So you need to have it in their respective slot where it then should be. And it's not like, oh, I got a Crown of Lucian boots, or I got a like Litless Wall boots. That's fine. No, it's not fine. It stinks, right? However, Minions just works. Okay, so as soon as you have this power and this power, these two powers, Minions works already. And it only gets stronger from that point on. Whereas Bone Spirit, you have to make work. Okay? Does that make sense to you? Like, you have to make it work. You have to put in a lot of bonus efforts to really get to the point where it then works, right? You have to have the Shattered Spirit aspect. You have to have 100% crit. You have to have the Tempers for Macabre Skills Restore Resource. You have to have the Bone Spirit is like it just does shadow damage aspect. All this kind of stuff, right? You have to have all these things, and then it works. But if you don't have 100% crit, it doesn't work. It's clunky. If you don't have enough cooldown reduction, it doesn't work. It's clunky. So, and Minions just works. And then it gets stronger. And then it works even better. And then it gets even stronger. And then it works even more. And then it gets even stronger. And so on. On the 1610, there's new information to PDR. Yes, sir. Only 3 more days. And we finally get to know how new masterworking works, how new redown works, how the combat changes are. Because they're changes to defense and health, ladies and gentlemen. You heard right. Whatever that means, because I have no clue what changes to defense and health means. Treasured Spires. We should probably not go for it, but let's go. I mean, now you have the double spire thingy. The double spire thingy makes it so that we're getting, what was it? Spires give you 563% more ether. Yeah, that's like Like when the spire's pooping out so much ether, it goes funny. So yeah, we're super excited for what there to come in the new season. Also, the PDR is supposed to come early and be longer, chat. So that's what we heard kind of out of what they were saying. We're getting a more in-depth PDR. They want to make the PDR so that we actually have to level in the PDR because the renowned tempering and master... I'm just keep dying. Because the renowned tempering and masterworking changes are supposedly reworking a lot of the level process. So I don't know what that means and how that will pan out, but supposedly it should have a significant effect on that, that things are going to feel different. This was a killer one. I like this one. Not really good. I love to see a system where you can lock a specific stat after critting in the first time to increase the chance to hit it again in masterworking. Tunarino, there's so many things they could do to make it more convenient. I mean, right now, the system masterworking and tempering is for gamblers. And not only is it for gamblers, it's also meant for hardcore gamers. It's just not meant for average Andy, Ralph, Francis, Dave, Jebediah, or whatsoever. No, it's really meant for the grinders to then just be able to grind harder. Right? To just have more grind. To grind! For the grind, so you can grind. The absolute biggest issue the system has is that once you get what you want, you're done. Wait, let me say it different. Before you get what you want, you're done. That's really the very, very, very big issue. Like, you're going to play, you're going to have fun, you're going to enjoy yourself, right? And once you finally hit what you're looking for, you're done. Like you already have achieved everything, then you finally hit it and you don't even need to hit it anymore, right? What are we grinding for today? We're grinding for some veiled crystals and some more chaotic items because I kind of needed to get a litless wall different than a helmet slot. Because the helmet slot can't be taken like that. Right? And since we have now different than the helmet slot, things are looking up. It's important for the two builds. So for example, my litless wall is right now a helmet, but I just told you that it can't be a helmet, right? The litless wall can't be a helmet slot for what I'm doing. By the way, where are the Legion events, guys? Why do I keep missing them? Shit, there's the Legion event. It's happening right now. I hope it's really something grindable. No, I think the new masterworking and tempering system is going to be less of a grind and more deterministic, which is great. Because I don't feel that tempering and masterworking should be the grind. Tempering and masterworking should empower the grind. Right? Tempering and masterworking should make the grind better, but it shouldn't be the grind. Because right now tempering and masterworking is the grind, right? It is the grind. You're like you have to play the game to then make the things better, to then have the things better, but then to have nothing to do with the things that you made better. Chaotic way. I know Barb is underpowered, but are there other reasons people aren't playing Barb? The main reason is that every single Barb build got nerfed. So Barb is only like a fraction of the strength it used to be, and that feels really bad. Because let's say you play Earthquake Barb right now. You just know how much stronger Earthquake Barb used to be and how much less of that strength you have left. So every single Barb build you play is pretty much a nerfed version of the strength that used to be there before. And that sucks. DLC for Christmas business? No, DLC's next year. I think the DLC will drop before 3 years of Diablo 4. So the DLC will probably drop in March, April. And then 3 years of Diablo 4 is going to be there to celebrate the DLC. That's at least my base assumption right now and would make sense. because Season 11 is reworking, tempering, and masterworking, okay? So tempering, masterworking, combat changes, health changes, everything. And then Season 11, or Season 12, with the new expansion, is going to wholesale rework the skill trees, most likely. Because what does the game need right now? What would be the next big step to really do something? I mean, obviously getting an endgame finally, ta-da. But no, the next big step would be doing something with the skill trees, right? Meaningful, making more branches, giving us the opportunity to get bonus skill tree on the passive, key passives, whatever they're planning to do, right? But that would be kind of like the next big evolution that would really change something in the game, that would rattle, like, bring new things to the table. So yeah, that would be, in my eyes, next intriguing thing. Training a good item system. I do believe we have a good item system. I mean, obviously, masterworking and tempering needs a rework. Yes, sure, but in itself, the item system, I'm a fan. More Tormenteers? I don't think we'll ever see more Tormenteers. That is clearly not what really would help us in terms of content, right? Because it would be the same content just in higher Tormenteers, right? That's like the big problem with higher Tormenteers is right now, it would just be the same, just more difficult. But it wouldn't be different, right? So you would do the same content, but you would just struggle more. You find it sad that no one plays the Dark Citadel. What I find sad is that I can't solo the Dark Citadel. Right? I mean, would I love to play the Dark Citadel solo? Yes, I do. Yes, I do would like to play the Dark Citadel solo. Can I not play the Dark Citadel solo? Yes, I can. I cannot. I have to play with someone, at least. That would be great. Don't kill me. I'm innocent. A blocker in Torment Force is too easy. I mean, like, if you play the right Druid build, you cannot die in Torment, right? Faku, thank you very much for the brand new subscription and support. Dankeschön, sir. Welcome to the team. There's certainly a lot of things that need to be touched up in. And I'm excited to see what Season 11 brings. On top of the tempering and masterworking changes, we're also getting a season. So let's not forget that, Chan. They said that explicitly, that Season 11 is not just going to be a tempering and masterworking rework, and I would have kicked them in the nuts if it was. No. They also said that the season is actually getting a real season. So we're getting a real season thematic. We're getting a real, like, whatever powers, perks, skills, spells, you know? Something like that. Just good. It would be nice to remove RNG from crafting stuff. Well, I don't mind the RNG if I had at least more control, right? So what someone said, for example, is, what if I can choose, I want to have Reap to hit twice, and the only RNG would be how high the percentage is, right? So let's say I really want to have Cast Macabre Skills restores primary resource. So I go into the temper window and I choose casting, you know, is primary resource. And then the only RNG of the tempering would be, how high does it roll? Does it roll as the full? Like, does it roll at 31, 28, like, right? And that would be fine-ish in my eyes, because I get what I want, and then I get what I want at least at whatever value. Paku, Grüße gehen raus nach Dortmund. So more deterministic choices instead of the complete random RNG, because right now you have to roll the right thing, and the right thing has to have the right percentage, right? How nice would it be for Hand of Nas to work on Warriors, Gabriel? It would be nice if we had a warrior specific something. Yes. If there was at least something to help our warriors. Ist Deutsch? Ist Deutsch, Mr. Motivation. Oh, we only have to wait 3 more days, ladies and gentlemen. Only 3 more days and we get the news, and I will definitely stay awake for this one because I am positively pumped. Like last time I didn't stay awake because I was like, yeah, whatever, you know? I'm just gonna make the video afterwards, but I think this time I'm gonna stay awake because I really want to see. Ooh, the Chaos Wave is cool, but I want to take the Colossal Fiends, but we probably should just take the Chaos Wave and hope it's Goblins. I mean, no matter how bad this is, we're definitely going to get the ether that we're looking for. Ah, the worst one. But on this one, I can really stay AFK. I can activate my... Oh no, we kill everything so fast, nothing is respawning. My dudes are killing everything before it gets here. Up the next season includes substantial open world content. Feels more like an MMO when everyone gathers up randomly grouping for dungeons. I mean, usually everyone just plays solo and enjoys the game solo. I mean, this grouping up is just for convenience sake. But more open world content, I doubt it. I mean, we always get, obviously, our green Helltide, our blue Helltide, our orange Helltide, our yellow Helltide, right? So any Helltide of any discriminate colors. So we obviously will get. Just give us a different colored Helltide, please. What does he have for us, ladies and gentlemen? Crown of Lucian again, but with cooldown reduction this time. Huh. I don't think I had I had a pair of boots. Like, see, like this is Crown of Lucian, but without cooldown reduction with maximum life. So with cooldown reduction is obviously nicer. I haven't seen special Helltides in a while. I mean, I do miss my Witch Tides, that's for sure, still to this day. Install a Sky Ring could be a good choice for the Soul Shred Necro. You mentioned the Shroud of False Death chest, but what about the ring? Oh, you can definitely play the ring. Yeah, absolutely. If you maintain your aspects, because that's the point. You can't be losing out on your aspects, right? You know what this spam here is good for? Getting my hail marks that we'll need to get another Shattered Spirit aspect. Because I'm still, like, in the process of procuring an amazing Shattered Spirit aspect. Gold is my final boss of this game. Just get a double greater affix, attack speed, something ring, and then just sell it to someone who has way more money than brain. Right? Slice steps. Utilities, salvage materials. Aspect of the Damned. Oh, shit. Buy that one. No resource cache makes me sad.
I'm getting the hang of this.
I mean, that's here. The Amulet of the Damned is just the Damned maximum roll. It's nice. More world bosses would be cool. It would be cool if world bosses wouldn't be annoying. I mean, my biggest complaint about world bosses is and still stays that I don't see the reason why I should do less damage fighting a world boss. Because that's pretty much what's happening, right? We're fighting a world boss. Our damage is getting nerfed. We're intentionally doing less damage to a world boss than would be possible for us. And it feels absolutely goddamn annoying. Because it makes the fight artificially take longer, and it doesn't make the fight feel better. It just makes it feel worse. As much as I like fighting world bosses, like, yeah, it's the main reason why I keep away from them. Because it comes to the situation where, hey, I'm in the pit, I do 500 billion trillions of damage. Oh, I fight versus the world boss, I do 100,000 damage. Right? Why does my build have to feel nerfed to make world bosses functional? Explain. Because I genuinely need to know. Fiendish Legions. I mean, I should probably take the Fiendish Legions over the +2, but if you don't get any bonus ether from killing the dudes, then they become useless. I mean, the only reason we obviously have the artificially prolonged world bosses was because we were killing them too hard. But the problem is, if the world boss in itself is not harder, then making the fight take longer doesn't make it more fun. So, like, what Blizzard did is they literally made us just kill world bosses slower. However, if they now also made the world bosses do way more damage, that you actually have to look out for your life, right? Or that, like, they do more damage, and whenever you die against the world boss, you get less loot, to kind of make it actually something to pay attention to, I would be cool, right? Just boost the HP up, just make it do so much damage that it can actually one-hit you. I mean, for my liking, just make the world boss one-hit you. I don't fucking care. But like, at the current point, you literally just made it a drag fest without a single risk, right? There's no risk reward trade-off, nothing. It's just like, this fight takes longer and is boring because of it. Boom. It's been 83 years. Cue 83-year meme. Because that's how long it has been since I've seen an actual Ether Goblin event. I think there's any room for less loot. You get what I'm saying. Like, the changes were obviously, like, not well thought out. They were a panic reaction to people doing too much damage. But let's be fair, this only happened because you were doing too much damage, Chad. Yeah, it's your fault. You were try-harding the game too hard, and that's why Blizzard had to nerf the world bosses. Shame on you. Because you're too good at the game. They had this knee-jerk panic reaction, like, oh no, we need like, oh no, world bosses, People are doing billions of damage, what do we do? Nice. Ooh, puffing masses. Let's go. Sorry for all that damage to Shava. Exactly. I mean, remember the times where it was Season 2, where Barbarian was going crazy with the Banished Lord's Talisman. So Barbarian was having like 400,000 HP in like Season 2, right? And they had the Banished Lord's Talisman, and they were doing, like, super overpower hits. So you were at a world boss, and a barb just walked up to it and was like, bonk, dead. And then we had another, like, Season 3 where that was happening too, and this was like, bonk, dead. And then Blizzard was like, oh, no, like, this is bad. Like, we can't, like, oh, no, what do we do? People are killing our world bosses, and they were meant to be, like, this hard aspirational raid content. I reckon the world bosses are another example of Blizzard wants absolutely this massive multiplayer aspect, but it failed, right? So the same as the Dark Citadel, where it's like, oh, we want people to play together to do the Dark Citadel, right? Because that would be so cool if people would actually play together and do the Dark Citadel, and everyone else like, fuck you. We don't want to play together. So they're like, oh, we're going to create these world bosses because it's this open world, massive MMO-esque kind of thingy. And now, like, okay, everyone is killing the world bosses way too fast. This is bad. We need to kind of make it harder because that's obviously what people want. World bosses should be guaranteed Radiance Tribute or United Tribute. World bosses should be guaranteed Legendary Runes. World bosses should be guaranteed, I don't know what, at least a unique item, greater affix items on world bosses, right? World bosses need to be something that is worth it to go for the hassle they made it be. And obviously, since it's only happening every hour, it needs to be anyway special. Does Dark Citadel give anything worthwhile? It does actually give anything worthwhile. So the Dark Citadel has a weekly loot cache, and that weekly loot cache is actually quite big. Also, the Dark Citadel used to be the location where you get the Scrolls of Restoration. Now the Scrolls of Restoration are coming from the Infernal Hordes as well, so kind of like the reason why we did the Dark Citadel has gone out of the window. However, still, like, the weekly loot cache is actually worth it. I want the Hellborn too, because that is, like, as much 100 Ether would be nice. I think in 2 waves, going for the summoned Hellborn could lead to 100 Ether in itself. And potentially more due to fringe effects. There's no playing together in this game. You know what the worst part is about the Dark Citadel and playing together? Who of you has played the Dark Citadel? Everyone raise their hand. Like, if you played the Dark Citadel. Because there's an interesting conundrum between playing together there. And that's, like, the thing is, if I play the Dark Citadel as a necromancer, I am going to be walking behind everyone. And everyone is faster than me, right? So everything is going to die before I ever get there. Unless it's the bosses, right? Good. Now, if I play a Sorg, I can obviously teleport ahead and have fun. If I play a Spiritborn, I'm relatively quick too. If I play a Rogue, I can dash ahead and have fun as well. If I'm a Barbarian, I could technically leap, but I'm going to be slow. If I'm a Druid, I'm slow as well. So, unless you're actually playing a fast movement speed class, everyone else is going to kill everything before you actually get there. Therefore, you're going to end up having just way less fun. So, alone your class choice already, like, determines how much fun you're going to have. Right? I mean, I hate a Dark Citadel. Unless you do a 2-man Dark Citadel, then it's a little bit different. Because there's often scenarios where, like, one goes path A, one goes path B. But then your friend is already done with the path while you're still, like, why are you so slow? So you're gonna get yelled at. And no one wants that. Good intentions, bad execution, which is kind of the name of the game, pretty much. However, despite that, we're still having fun. Now, I do need, though, more veiled crystals. So I gotta start. This is my Legion event, okay? Let's finish this Infernal Horde, and then I can go for the Legion event. Yabba dabba doo. Perfection. Precious Spires. Those were some really weird offerings, and yet we get to 600. Oh, wow. 666 Ether. I instantly died. That was bad. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in case you've joined late, this is the Necromancer with Reap, and we also made the Necromancer with Bone Splinters work. What we still have to try is, as soon as we have more resources, because, like, it's a bit of a waste for the Necromancer with Reap, but I'm going to use my Veiled Crystals to potentially try to roll the cooldown reduction for the Bone Spirit build to actually talk about the, like, Breakpoint, Bone Spirit, Infinite Resource, Spamalam, Dramalama. Problem will be that I need so copious amounts of resources to make it work. Oh, we'll get there. Oh no, I'm dying! Bomb! Save me! Okay, 141 Ether. Diablo 4 good intentions, bad execution matches the storyline too. I don't think Inarius ever had good intentions. Inarius was like, me, I want to go back to heaven. No one likes me in heaven. Wee! I'm Inarius. My feelings are hurt. Why does no one like me? And then he was like, you know what? I need to kill my wife. Or the demon I had sex with. It doesn't matter, but I need to kill her. That's going to solve all my problems. Right? And yeah. I don't think he ever had good intentions. He was like having horny sex with demon lady, and then he was like, oh no, now everyone hates me. I need to kill her. 10 out of 10 problem solving skills in areas. Damn son. Okay, thank you team for the good fun with the Infernal Hordes. I'm ready for those Legion events now. It's still a better love story than Twilight. Hey, you don't know Twilight slander will be accepted in this channel. I mean, more Twilight slander, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Runes and Mercs are the only missing part without Vessel of Hatred DLC, right? Runes, Mercs, Tributes, Undercity, Dark Citadel, but matter so much. Double Helltides, the Nahantu dungeons in general, the strongholds from Nahantu that can be used for leveling faster. Nahantu in general with a higher enemy density that can be also used for leveling faster. Yeah. Mercs are ginormous part though, missing because you're missing on resistances you'll never get otherwise. You're missing out on damage multipliers you're not getting otherwise. The runes are ginormous damage as well. I mean, it's 100% damage multiplier you will always miss and you'll never get, and or potential cooldown resource something yada yada yada. So yeah, it's not just that, it's that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I finally guess I finished the seasonal journey. I didn't actually care to finish the seasonal journey so far. What do I need to do? So while wearing Chaos armor, close 15 rifts in the overworld within 30 minutes in Torment 4. In the overworld. Complete 5 local events with mastery in 30 minutes in Torment 4. While wearing Chaos armor, defeat Lilith in Torment 4. Okay, so I need to kill Lilith. I need to close rifts, and I need to open 10 torture gifts within a single Helltide. I can do that. I guess. It's not that you can't fully gear up without the DLC. You just always feel like you're lacking. That's just simple as it is, right? I mean, I have this rune here right now, the Pokchak. I have a Who Quox, so my minions will lucky hit. The lucky hit of my minions will then lead to me getting 100% bonus damage and 100% bonus damage and 100% bonus damage. So I will potentially see just super high, cool, fun damage numbers that you will actually never witness, right? Simply because you're missing that. That's a stinker. Same goes like if there's cooldown requirements that can easily be met with glyphs. If there is maximum life you can gain over them, resource shenanigans, and all that kind of stuff, right? I like PoE 2. I have hundreds, thousands of hours in the game, Lanyan. I'm even thinking about playing the new PoE 1 season. However, I'm not too keen on it because I don't like PoE 1. I like PoE 2, but not 1. I know this sounds weird to many people that cannot comprehend why you would like the one but not the other. Still, there is a new season coming end of the month. So, I mean, if we have the Diablo PDR is definitely going to take step number 1 for me. I'm not interested in PoE enough to skip the PDR. But if the PDR is not there, maybe. build is T4 lazy farming, absolutely. But it's not only lazy farming, it's actually efficient as what it does. Because you don't, like, this build is already going to do pinnacle damage just by getting paragon points. And that's pretty impressive. Why is Varshan's shield stronger than everyone else? Because Varshan gets a different barrier. So Varshan has its own personal skill that is the barrier, and he gets the barrier from losing life, right? So Varshan could always, like, he always had a barrier. So how many Veil Crystals am I getting from this? Yeah, Legion of Ends are King Chan. That was a lot of Veil Crystals, and we got a lot of chests to open. I also enjoy PoE2, could never embrace 1. Yeah, I mean, one is just not my forte, my cup of tea. So, gauntlets, Leckguards. We need gauntlets. Okay, let's open everything. Let's bust it open, Chan. Beep, 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 I'm a scat man. Oh, there's a Tribute of Ascendance. That's a mythic tribute, chat. A mythic tribute. Should we try to get a mythic? Should we try to get a mythic? By the way, we still haven't gotten the new Shattered Spirit aspect. So in case you missed this, ladies and gentlemen, my whole plan today has been to also get a Shattered Spirit aspect. And we have yet to get one. Boots with shadow resistance, bone spear, vulnerable. Not a higher roll, shattered spirit aspect, very bad, pony sad. I'm in for a mythic tribute. Oh yeah, I can actually take people with me, right? Okay, Chad, who wants to do a mythic tribute? I completely forget. Yes, that's possible. Everyone, come. Like 3 people. Whoever is first, invite yourself. We're gonna blast through. Kale, I'm gonna invite you. Kale, did we invite you already? Shouldn't you be in the list? I mean, if you're in the list already, first come, first serve. Take your like bonus here. Katie, Marvelous is in. Kale, yeah, there we go. That's it. Katie even requested twice to join. Blade, I'm sorry, we're full. Wait, Katie, you have invited me into your party? Wait, did you invite me, Katie? Oh, you did. I got tricked, chat. I got tricked. Okay. Let's go. It was fast. I mean, everyone wants to do tributes because they're cool. Who doesn't like cool tributes? Oh, I should have waited for the team. I'm costing, chat. I mean, not that my dudes cannot just kill everything really quick, but still costing. Oh, as a bard, this is probably fun. Yeah, that's like Marvelous is probably playing the Dust Devil auto farmer. Very curious what we'll have in the next PDR. Dude, me and you both. I mean, don't worry, chat. Everything will be covered in the tiniest, teensiest detail because obviously a new system will have to be explored. But most importantly, we have to yell at Blizzard. Because let's be fair, this is probably going to be the final rework of the Masterworking, right? I mean, they already touched the whole upgrading gear once with Masterworking Tempering 1.0. Then Masterworking Tempering get touched again. But now they're going to plan to rework the system another time. And I don't think we're going to see a third rework. So we better like yell at them until this one is actually good. Because this one better be good or we're in trouble. Right? Because that's going to be the system we'll have to deal with for the foreseeable future. man. We're insane. And just walk through. Where's the portal? Almost died there. The only thing you should always look out for is like a gobbo. Where's the portal? Am I blind? There's no portal, Chan. We're not getting a portal. No more Soul Rift, Sauce. We're playing the basic skill Necros today. So we're playing every Necro that's getting super empowered by basic skills. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, mythic item or not? And I got scammed. Not only a little scammed, I got a 2 greater affix butcher's cleaver. That's what I call a level of scam that I don't feel comfortable with. Want to do one more? No, I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate it, though, Mr. Blade, for offering. Oh, you got a Harlequin, Kale. See, that's what I like to see. I might have gotten robbed, but you have gotten lucky. What we can do, though, is we can do my 1 pit that I need to do now. Thank you for the run. So, to get the Whisper, and then we can actually go for chest, for thingies. For Jiggy-Majiggies, Chad. For Bingo Bongos. For Boinky Floinkies. What are they called again? Come on, brain. Catch up. The reputation chests. Turiel's Might is scam. Yes, Turiel's Might is absolute scam. I mean, what means scam? Like, you just don't need it for a single build, so might as well just free spark. I mean, anything that is not a Ring of Starless Skies, a Harlequin Crest, and or a Shroud of False Death is just a simple, what is it called again? It's just an instant spark. Right? Because those are the leading items that you need. Those are the leading items that you want for every build. And if you get anything but these items, it's just terrible. I mean, at this point, like, you're wondering why all the other mythics even exist. I mean, sure, Grandfather is still useful for the Barbarian. I'll accept that. What is it called again? The maximum health blade. What was it called again? The one-handed one. Yeah, I can't remember. Andy for Rogue? Yeah, but no one is playing Andy anymore. I mean, Andy's just still work, but there's not a single build that's actually good with Andy, right? It's kind of like, sure, you could play it, but it wouldn't be good. Doombringer. Yes, Doombringer is completely useless, obviously. I mean, it used to be only good because Doombringer was giving you... Ow, that was really deathy. It was only good because Doombringer was giving you the maximum life for the overpower. But since the overpower is not a thing anymore, it's not good. Right? What good is a maximum life thingy when... Oh my Jesus, we're just dying right now. Alvarin is good when leveling, survives everything. Yeah, but when's the last time you found a mythic in the endgame and were like, this is great for leveling? Right? What's the last time that has happened? Where you were like, oh yeah, great. I am so happy that we picked up the Alvarin right now. And now I can level better. Surely that has never been crossing your mind, right? These thoughts where you're like, oh yeah, yes, I am so very pleased with this. Like when you find the Melted Heart of Selig and you're like, you know what? Technically for leveling, the Melted Heart of Selig is actually good. And then I'm going to punch you in the throat because you said these words, right? And you actually meant them. Use it for new chars. Yeah, but it's not like that you need it for new chars, right? At all. Yeah, Potion Keeper, we're missing the right elixirs, probably. But we're also playing like very wonky donkey because I just wanted to pick up my thingies here. So it can't be that I find a mythic item that I can use for leveling a new character, where the new character doesn't even need it for leveling. Right? Okay, I just picked up a lot of veiled crystals. I forgot that it's actually in there. What do we have? Flicker Stab. A Gospel of the Devotee. We got a Mother's Embrace, Blood, Mutilator, Ring. Useless. I mean, also not a single aspect upgrade again. The Gospel is like my second Gospel, so I have gloves and a helmet now, and I got a litless wall pants, so we can actually flip some things around. How much warp did I collect? I have 14,000 warp. I'm wondering, I got myself another... I need to check because I think one of my characters doesn't have their reputation done yet, but I'm not entirely sure which one it is. Sort probably. Killer, thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Killer, thank you for the 12 months. To quickly double check. Discovered druids are cracked. Druids are not cracked. Druids are absolutely fucking insane, brother. And like, oh my, lulu, 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 lulu. What the fuck is happening? That's what druids are. Okay. Did she get that done? The druid has it done. The spiritborn has it done. I think my Sorg is the only one probably who might have the reputation still. And I got a level character where I did a few funky things with. Ah, see? She still has the reputation. Ha 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 ha. The problem is the chests are coded for the character, right? Not mistaken. They're not. Can I open the chest on my Necro? Hmm. Huh. Interesting. I thought the last cache is coded as well. Oh, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Did I just see a triple greater affix chaotic unique? That is a Godslayer crown with 3 greater affix, Chad. Holy. During Faith, we get another Lochrin, so we get a Bloodless Azure Wrath. That is useless because it doesn't have what I'm looking for. That's useless as well. And we don't have another Soul Rift upgrade. Interesting. I wasn't aware that that works like this. The good thing is that we now finally have... Wait, Skeletal Warrior Mastery? No. That we have some more Veiled Crystals. Right? So what we could do is we could teleport back. Because we needed to figure out one important thing, chat. I mean, first and foremost, we need to try to get a Harlequin Crest right now. Correct, chat? And when I'm going for my mythics this season, it has been thin and few in between. So we get the mythics, we get none. because all of them are being used by characters, obviously. Which has me go for... Wait. He's away for a jiffy. Which has me go for the random mythic craft. Last one I did randomly craft was an Air of Perdition. The other one was a Shroud of False Death. This one is going to be a Harlequin Crest. Oh, it is a double Greater Affix Tarot's Might. That's a fantastic spark you get there, Mr. Ponyhoff. Good. Good, Chad, good. We're not mad. We're just sad. What did I wanted to do? Yeah, we wanted to swap over to the Bone Spirit build. Wait, first, we need to save this as the... What's it called again? Rename. That is the Reeb Minions. Good, and now we're going to go back to the Bone Spirit build. What's the Bone Spirit build? For the people that just joined, so I can quickly show you, the Bone Spirit build is the build where you go Bone Spirit. Surprise, who would have guessed, right? You actually need to swap your power over to the Erupting Chaos, and then everything is fine. So the Bone Spirit build is the build there where you just have Bone Splinters kill everything while you shoot spirits into them. No one calls it Harlequin Crest, you call it Shaco. I mean, Roman, you might call it Shaco because you are spending a lot of time online, but the thing is called Harlequin Crest. I feel like you just go here and then you hold down the button and then you hit a lot of things and then people die and it's kind of like really, really funny. And then you're having like a good time killing things, right? So that's kind of like how it works. Just to get you an update. The problem why it doesn't work is because we don't have the aspect for it. So that's how it would work if you had the right aspect on, but we actually re-aspected that amulet. Reason for that being that we were funny. Legion event in 6 minutes. We can do that. So let's go back to the Shattered Spirit here. That is still 4 out of 21. Yikes. And for this build, we need to now master work to reach the interesting breakpoint of being able to cast these permanently. Without having to sacrifice a goat, which is harder than you might think it is. See, now that's the Shattered Spirit working. Finally. While everything else is just stunning me and making me feel uncomfortable. Great. Beautiful. So this is like Shattered Spirit, just for the people that have never seen it before. Beautiful, fun, and enjoyable. But the problem is that you're not good with this in anything but the pit. However, you can change that, right? You can actually make the build also be good at other stuff than the pit. For this, we will need specific things, though. That's what we're behind now. To masterwork this in a way and find aspects that make this reasonably work. Wonder actually if we could put off the Shot of Varathiel for the open world. That's a really good question. Can I use a two-handed weapon for shenanigans? A bit more flashy than the skeletons, right? And you have to be looking out a bit more for enemies trying to stun you. So those are like unfortunate things that might happen. This has cleared Pit 100 though already, and it's on the process of becoming vastly stronger, and that's what we're gonna make it now, vastly stronger, right? So yeah, that's the build. By the way, we are actually playing the complete different aspects again. Missing all our damage. I would have loved that Godslayer crown if it did not have my Air of Perdition. Now I still need Blackwing killed. Godslayer crown is beautiful. if you have no item in between. We forgot to put decaying on. Like, I'm almost asking myself, where's my damage, right? We get decay, and we got adaptability here. No, and I'm just sitting there and wondering where's my damage. There's my damage. Good adaptability, decay, splinters. Sorry, we swapped some things around. Had to go back. Now it's time to feel good again. What's the meta for gear this season? Is it the new boss in the Hordes? Yes. New boss in the Hordes is absolutely what you want to kill. Ah, there we go. See, I was already wondering what was like, what was going wrong? Where was my damage aspects missing? See, that's what we're looking for. But if we're not hitting an opponent, we're not getting our cooldown reductions, and then it's not feeling good. So that's like the big bummer about this build. However, there's a way to play this without these things. But for this, we'll be having to really tinker a lot around with our masterworks. And we might be forced to put on Shroud. And I really want to avoid that, Chad. I don't know how to convey that I want to avoid playing Shroud. Because if it becomes like a mandatory point to use Shroud to get that one more passive point, it just feels bad, right? It's like, oh yeah, so unless you have Shroud of the False Death, which gives you that one bonus passive point to make something work, you're screwed. There's actually quite some builds that work like that, where like, for example, for the Death Trap Rogue, where Shroud like just gives you that one bonus for whatever, or where Shroud gives you on Druid, another overpower that you wouldn't get if you don't have Shroud, so you have to start putting in like bonus points into things. Or keeping your mana up, we have Cast Macabre Skills, gives you resource. Now the Bone Spirit is a Macabre skill, so by casting that, we just restore our resource consistently. Problem is that we also need all 3 casts for that. So you currently have the here 31, 23, and 33. So that's how much resource we're restoring right away. Optimally, it would be if I masterwork this. So if I actually double masterwork hit the 33, that would be optimal because it gives me more resource back. Since you need to reach a certain amount of resource to be able to go infinite spamming. Right? And if you don't reach that amount of resource, you can't be infinite spamming. Now, I'm not sure if we could use the Lum rune for this as well. There might, like, I need either more cooldown reduction or I need more resource restoration to make it happen. Like, I could obviously, like, make this work with mythics, but I know that you don't all have the perfect mythics, so I need to find a way to make this happen without mythics. Right? I need to find a way to budgetify this. And I think I know a few ways, but I might not get around playing this without Shroud of the False Death. And it would make me eternally unhappy. You have no clue how unhappy it would make me. Like, on a scale from 1 to unhappy, there would be like a really sad face. And it would be my face, and it wouldn't be pleased. You only got Necro to tier 2. Well, you only got Necro to tier 2 because you didn't go for the Reap Necro. Now, I recommend for you to go a bit back in the VOD and watch the Reap Necro because that one just goes into tier 4 and pit 100 without, like, blinking. Right? Okay, we got Essence, Dominate, all the ones upgraded. We need to get Abyssal up as well. So... need to check something on the shroud. But which of my characters does have the shroud right now, Chan? My druid. My druid has it. Does my druid have it? Or we're going to see barbarian leveling? Not at all. I skipped that. Okay, so the thing about shroud is, and what makes shroud so good, is that it also has resource generation. Soulbrand. Soulbrand. Does Soulbrand have barrier generation? Shit. I know there's a unique that also has resource generation. I need to look up some things. Okay, I have some plans, Chan. That's what we're gonna do now. I think we're gonna end it here today. That was our 2 Necro builds. Tomorrow you're going to get a video on the Necro build. And again, let me tell you what's happening here. I have a build that does already 2, 3, 400 billion damage. Okay. And my biggest thing is that this aspect is 390 out of 900%. I am missing 500% damage, and I do hundreds of billions damage. So if you have a better aspect than me, you're guaranteed to do trillions. Guaranteed. However, we're done. So thank you for coming and watching. Tomorrow, more to come. I'm kind of excited to show you some more things. I really enjoyed today's stream. It was super fun. I had a very good time. So don't forget to, subscribe, follow to find your way back for more. And watch our video on the meta update if you haven't. Do that right now. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.